Simp alert! Simp! 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 You big dummy! Cha-ching, 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 cha-ching. You better thank your donors.
I'm trying to figure out what leverage we actually have. What leverage do we have? They control the House, the Senate, and the presidency. It's their government. What leverage do we have? What leverage do we have?
Hey, I am speaking. I'm done with life, and it's all Jermaine's fault. It's always Jermaine's fault. I'm done.
What's good, everybody? AB Media 83 here, and welcome to the Colosseum. Hope everybody's doing all right tonight. We got multiple people live tonight. That's okay. We're gonna get the show started anyway. So y'all can come up right now. Don't worry, we got plenty to talk about today. As the title states, y'all should have buckled up. Do not FAFO. If I need to explain the acronym to you, that's on you. But Zelenskyy FA'd and FO'd. And we're going to be talking about that tonight. Our first guest is the Snowman, Multimedia. What's going on?
How's it going, man? How are you doing? Oops.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
One day at a time.
Doggone Mike. Hang tight.
Uh-oh. And don't worry, we also got some black female fuckery to get to.
Oh no.
We got an epic crash out.
An epic crash out?
Yes, from the oh man, you really got to fix that.
Yeah, there we go. We got it.
Okay, that's better.
Yeah.
We got an epic crash out from the quote unquote most educated.
Oh dear.
and that's not even the funny part. The funny part is this heifer is crashing out over a fridge. I wish I was joking.
Give me this button. Huh?
Over a fridge. In fact, let me go to my give me one second while I set this up.
You can't make this shit up.
No, you can't.
What the fuck is that?
Over a fridge.
Chris,
what in the all types of blue hell?
I still have to send you that clip.
Mm-hmm.
Chris saying what in all types of blue hell?
Yes. She crashed out over a fridge. You just can't make this kind of crap up.
God damn it! You can't make this shit up.
You really can't make this up. You can't make this up. Oh, goodness. I have heard it all.
And that's what we're going to believe it or not. This is what we're going to start with. This crash out is epic.
I have to see it now.
Let's see. Present, show screen. I believe. Yeah, here it is. And we're gonna look at another woman's take. Believe it or not, we're gonna look at another black woman's take on it. And and to her credit, she broke it down. But yeah.
delivery driver after her refrigerator didn't fit in her home.
Without the door in here, it still won't fit. Your refrigerator measure at about 20.
Measure this refrigerator, please, while you, Mr. Handy Dandy, take measurement.
Now keep in mind, he's working for Lowe's, and he's just there to install her refrigerator. And
He's just there to install he's doing what he's told to do. He's just there to install the refrigerator.
And he's telling her that, she doesn't, the refrigerator can't fit.
Right.
And she called him handy dandy measure man. Translation: she has no respect for him.
Will you bring me the tape measure from the other room?
So
No, I'm not. No.
What?
You can get your dispatch. Dispatch.
So
No, I'm not. No. You can get your.
Look at that finger. Look at her point.
I wish that my cats were around that finger. Yes, and I'm saying it the Southern way, like my wife does.
Yeah.
I said finger. I didn't say finger. I said finger.
Dispatch.
Okay.
Dispatch.
Okay, wait a minute.
Larry, bring me my phone because I need Lowe's on the phone right now.
All right. Okay. All right. Look, I'm just trying to get you an understanding.
No, you don't. Sweetie, I have a doctorate degree. There's nothing for you.
See?
Give me this button.
Yes, I do.
Like I said, this is the most educated crash out.
Okay.
Phone.
Okay. So we're gonna go ahead.
No, get away from my door. Sit down.
Sit down. Yeah.
No.
Can you get your wife, sir?
That's
Please.
not my husband.
You hear that one?
I hide.
That ain't her husband, and she better be glad that wasn't me, because I would have told her to sit her ass down. I don't play when it comes to appliances. If you're gonna run your mouth, sit your ass down. Sit your ass down. Get out of the way and let the man handle it.
She better be glad it wasn't me, because she'd have been up on the roof without a ladder.
Yeah, it's either you sit your ass down or I'm leaving. I'm out.
Mm-hmm.
You ain't gonna embarrass me like that.
No.
We got another door, bro. She is crazy.
You touch one goddamn thing and.
Now he's trying to leave.
Mm-hmm.
Because obviously Lowe's not paying him enough for this crap.
Nope. I don't blame him.
Hey, that's what I be talking about, man.
He's out. See you later.
Hey, go ahead and load this thing back up, bro. We gone.
What? Wait. Is that her sitting on the truck?
Bro. Back it up.
Mm-hmm.
Wait a minute.
Ma'am, can you please get out of our truck? Please get out of our truck.
Don't nobody say shit. What's going on, Al?
What's up, Al?
Howdy. What's good? What we looking at? Give me a breath.
Now, this is a fun one, Al. We're looking
You can
at.
start this one from the beginning. I'll play the sounds later. Start this one from the beginning. Al, you're going to get a kick out of this.
We're looking at a most educated, and I do mean most educated crash out. Yeah, this is funny as hell. I gotta put it in my FAFO. All right.
We're gonna go ahead and
get.
Look, I'm just trying to give you an understanding.
No, you don't. Larry, bring me my phone because I need. You can get your dispatch. The other room, man. Larry, will you bring me the tape measure from the other room?
Delivery driver after her refrigerator didn't fit in her home.
Without the doors on there, it still won't fit. Your refrigerator measure at about 20.
Measure this refrigerator, please, while you, Mr. Handy Dandy tape measure man. Larry, will you bring me the tape measure from the other room?
So
no, I'm not. No.
For proper context, are we dealing with a white Karen or a black Karen?
Dispatch.
Okay.
Take a look at the hand.
Yeah, it's a black Karen. You can hear it in her voice.
Take a look at the hand, AL. You should get your answer.
Bring me my phone because I need Lowe's on the phone right now.
All right. Okay. All right. Look, I'm just trying to give you an understanding.
No, you don't. Sweetie, I have a doctorate degree. There's nothing for you.
Here's the reason why I call this the most educated crash out.
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Phone.
Okay.
So
we're
many
gonna go ahead and
No, get
right now.
away from my door. Sit down.
sit
No.
down.
Nicole, if you're watching, I feel so bad for you, sweetheart. She's not a representative of intelligent women like you.
Not even close.
No.
You get the white
Literally
That's not my husband.
No.
No.
We go to another door, bro. She is crazy.
Touch one goddamn thing and.
Yeah, that's what I be talking about, man.
Adios. Well, right now he's saying.
Now that's some bull.
Hey,
Yep.
go ahead and load this thing back up, bro. We gone. We gone.
Until
It's over, bro. Back it up.
And what's crazy is the man.
Can you please get out of our truck?
He don't
Please,
videotape you.
please get out of our
And
truck.
say anything up to the job and get this man fired on some bullshit.
mm-hmm.
You see what I'm talking about, JJ? Oh, they don't pay enough for this, dog.
She attacking him. She got his backpack on. She tripping, man. It's a black woman. She said she got a doctorate degree. He's just trying to get out his way.
Man, what is going on here?
I told you this is. I told y'all this is the most educated crash out.
Man, she going crazy, man. What the fuck wrong with her?
In the immortal words of Jack Buck, I don't believe what I just saw.
Believe it.
I need the full screen for this.
Yes, no, man. She went absolutely loco in this one. I'm glad my man recorded it because had he not recorded,
I'm glad he recorded it too.
Yeah,
he recorded that.
They were looking for a reason to. They look for a reason to fire him. Now he's got the evidence against her.
Now she's being a black Karen.
The other side of the black Karen. How about that? The other side of one.
Listen, man. We gotta go, man.
I can't get up. She got me.
Everybody just get up. Why you bleeding out the mouth?
She got me.
In my face, and I'm pressing charges against you.
What the?
Bro.
Help me!
Look at this crazy heifer on the ground.
She just said she had like 20 degrees, or she's a PhD, right?
Yeah, she making them look bad right now, man. I mean,
BGS one more time.
Now that's some bullshit.
Hey, let go of the bag.
Up, Larry.
Stop.
apparently that's her.
It's Larry in his face.
Yeah, apparently that's her simp. Because there's no way in hell I'm backing her up.
You can't make this shit up. Man, she just slapped Larry in his face.
Oh, whoa.
Ashley.
I don't know. This man was.
We were trying to deliver her refrigerator. Take my phone, bro.
Hey, look, if the police rolled up right now, they'd shoot my brother, man. They'd
He's only
shoot
holding
him
his
down.
backpack. Let his backpack go.
Why is she bleeding? Because she hit me in my face. Whoa. You've been here, Larry.
Yes.
What's happening?
Now here comes the white Karen,
What's up?
AB. It's the white
Smack that
Karen.
dude in his face.
Man, so
You let go.
I'm
we
right
went
now.
to the customer
I'm
house.
about to get it for
Ali
you.
went to measure the refrigerator. She got a 29-inch refrigerator.
We're not going to let him
And
have
she
that.
got
Go.
29
We're not gonna
inches
let
in
him have
her in
My
each
bad.
doorway.
We're not gonna let him
Ali
have
got
that.
all the measurements.
Hold up. Before we continue, I got 21 watching. Like, share, subscribe, hit the cash chat, support the show, hit the super chat, support the show. I know y'all entertained. So
This is
entertainment chat.
This epic crash out is brought to you by Jim Mora.
Playoffs? Don't talk about it. Playoffs? You kidding me? Playoffs?
Now, before
Oh, my
we continue, let's give this proper picture, and that's all I can say, a good 30 seconds to think about what will happen next.
Mm-hmm.
I definitely don't think the cops will come and arrest her, which they should.
Mm-hmm.
Now continue.
All right.
Striker, you ain't.
Put it in the app or whatever.
We're not going to let him have
So
that, okay? We're not
we
gonna
was
let him
trying to
have that.
leave.
Let me go.
Ali
I
was
got
trying
his picture.
to
He's
tell
not
me to
gonna
help
do
him
that.
measure it and hold the tape measure phone. She told me no.
Hey.
No, stand there.
Hey,
I'm like,
listen,
what?
look,
No.
let
So I
me-
walked
dude,
around
get
her,
off
you know
of
what I'm
me.
saying, and I helped.
Hey,
Make a long story short, she walking us in the house. She walked
What
to
is
the front
going
door,
on?
she walked in. We ran to the back, and then she ran to the truck. Hot in our truck. Was blocking us from getting inside the truck. She grabbed.
Wait, did she?
You heard proxy violence be declared. You heard it. Keep
Did
continue.
she say Larry shoot him?
You heard proxy violence being administered and asked for and requested. Keep going.
Yep.
Cut it off.
Keep going.
Don't get enraged. Don't be flabbergasted.
Yep.
And, he kept trying to take his bag. Now her mouth is bleeding. It's crazy. It's crazy. She's fucking insane. She's crazy as hell. She's crying. I feel like
Lord,
They say she's insane. She's crazy as hell.
I couldn't help it.
Now here's the question, AB and Snow. If the lawman would have pulled up right then.
Oh, you know what's going to happen.
Yeah.
You already know what's going to happen.
You already know what would happen.
The men are outnumbered.
Mm-hmm.
This is too easy.
Yeah, that's an easy
This is
one, man. They gonna be like, oh
this
yeah,
is
let's
from a
go
black
ahead and
man
get
living in.
these dudes.
This is from a black man living in small town Indiana. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
trust me, I've seen my share of incidents like these.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I do. We're going through it.
you got the neighbors pulling up, acting like we in the wrong, man. Ali was just trying to get his stuff back. I was telling him, man. Don't even face it, bro. Like, wait till the police. He trying to get his bag because it's his belongings. You know what I mean? Just let the bag go. Just let go of the bag.
It's on my arm.
Take this arm out. Bag.
Look at the white woman.
No.
Damn.
She's attacking him. It's the customer.
I gotta get this
Wait a minute, what did I miss?
This other guy that was getting
That white lady is doing this.
but he advocated for everything.
Ain't nobody getting punched.
No, it ain't her
What's in
husband.
this bag, Ashley?
It's somebody else.
Ashley, what's in the bag? What's in the bag, baby? No. What?
Yeah, we gotta go.
This your phone.
They got like, let's get the hell out of here while they got her on the ground.
Yeah, eat it.
She's crazy as hell. All I told her was that the refrigerator don't fit. What?
Listen, no one's mad at
You gotta see to believe.
We recorded this entire time. Thank you.
We're new neighbors.
I'm sorry.
We're new neighbors.
What the hell just happened?
I'm so glad you can't record this because I used to deliver for Home Depot, dog. I used to deliver for Home Depot. and I've had some similar situations. Although most of the time I'm, dealing with white Karens, but I could not imagine having to deal with this crash out. I would have did the same thing. That man, I said, man, I gotta record this because when I go back and talk to my manager and the big manager and the owner, they're not gonna never believe me, bro. They're not gonna
never believe it until you show them the pictures.
And see, this is why Gen Z brothers look like this.
Ooh, that's a nice lineup right there, boy.
Yeah. I have to give them brothers credit. They got some nice looking white women. Good Lord.
They're
one black one, but she cute.
One couple Latinos, maybe a mixed one on the far left.
Yeah, but they're cute. They all cute.
Oh yeah.
I can't blame them for not wanting to deal with this shit, man.
And that was an older one who's got a PhD, so you can imagine some of the ones they going to school with coming up with. They is always ratchet to the max, boy.
They're off the hook.
Mm-hmm. Now,
say the least.
Let's not get it twisted. That is not all educated sisters, intelligent sisters. In fact, I'm actually about to prove that. Give me 1 second here. We're going to move this sister's video to the top. And let's look at an intelligent sister analyze this. And we're going to do one more thing. We're going to move this over here. All right.
Introduce this one because this one was so darn weird and crazy. It just speaks for itself. It just speaks for itself.
Without the doors on there, it still won't fit. Your refrigerator.
And this is Standard of Truth podcast. She's married. She's based off of Georgia. I don't know her actual name. I got to look that up.
Yeah, she cool. I done checked out a couple of her videos. She cool.
Yeah, she cool. She's real cool.
Operator, please, while you, Mr. Handy Dandy, tape measure man. Larry, will you bring me the tape measure from the other room?
So
no, I'm not. No. You can get your dispatch.
Okay.
Dispatch.
Okay, wait a minute.
Larry, bring me my phone because I need Lowe's on the phone right now.
All right. Okay. All right. Look, I'm just trying to give you an understanding.
No, you don't. I have a doctorate degree. There's nothing. Yes, I do.
Okay.
Phone.
Okay. So we're gonna go ahead and
get away from my door. Sit down.
Sit.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Can you get your wife, sir?
That's not my husband.
Can you?
No.
We go to another door, bro. She is crazy.
Okay, let me translate what she's trying to say when she has a doctorate degree. Let's see, how can I translate that?
She's an independent. There you go. I did it for you. You ain't got to do it.
I'm an independent. Now do you understand?
You're a PhD, right? But you cannot figure out to get the tape measure before you order this item.
Yep.
You could not figure out your space before you actually ordered it. Had the men bring it out. It don't fit. So what you gonna do? You gonna kidnap the man? You say, "Don't go in this door." That's attempted kidnapping, man.
Pretty much.
It is.
That's one goddamn thing. And
see you later.
One goddamn thing in your house, honey.
Hey, that's what I be talking about, man. Hey, go ahead and load this thing back up, bro. We gone.
And she's
sitting on the nigga truck.
On the truck. She's sitting on the steps of the truck.
It's over, bro. Back it up.
Okay, let me give y'all some context. This is a Lowe's delivery. They are delivering a refrigerator, an appliance, to this woman's home. This is funny to me because this would happen in furniture when I had my furniture store, and I've had to talk to pretty crazy, deranged people like this all the time. They show up, the refrigerator does not fit. And so the delivery team is trying to explain this to her, and she wants to hear none of it. She's like, call dispatch. So now he's like, you know what? We're out. I'm not dealing with this. They don't pay me enough for this. And he goes back to his truck, and y'all, she is sitting. She is sitting on the footrest of his truck, so he can't get in his truck. Just wanted to let y'all know that.
Ma'am, can you please get out of our truck? Please get out of our truck. You see what I'm talking about, JJ? Oh, they don't pay enough for this, dog.
They sure don't.
She attacking him. She got his backpack on. She tripping, man. It's the black woman. She said she got a doctorate degree. He's just trying to grab his bag. That's it. This shit is crazy.
This is stupid.
This is a most educated crash out.
Mm-hmm.
Now she's screaming for help.
Black Karen.
She on some weird. Listen, man. We gotta go, man.
Buckle up.
Everybody just get up. Why you bleeding out the mouth?
Because he hit me in my face, and I'm pressing charges against you.
Ash,
Bro.
Help me!
Ash, let go of the bag.
You are not Karen, sweetheart. Bless your
She's
heart.
black. She's black Karen. So there you go.
Yeah, fair enough.
She knows she's not Karen. She's black Karen.
Oh, whoa.
Ashley.
Baby, you're not Karen. You're black Karen. No one gives a shit.
I don't know. This man was.
We was trying to deliver her refrigerator. Take my phone, bro.
Help me! Let me go.
He's only holding his backpack. Let his backpack go.
Why is she bleeding?
Because he hit me in my face.
Whoa. You've been here, Larry.
Yes.
What's happening?
Tell her, Larry.
What's up?
If you don't smack that dude in his face.
Man, so
Let go.
I'm right.
That is called proxy violence, folks.
I'm about to get it for you.
Ali with the major refrigerator. She got a 29-inch refrigerator.
We're not going to let him
And
have
she
that.
got
Go.
29 inches in
We're
her in
My
each
bad.
doorway.
not gonna let him
Ali
have
got all
that.
the measurements.
We're
He
not
put it
gonna
in the
let him
app or
have that.
whatever.
We're not going to let him have that.
So
Okay? We're not
we
gonna
was
let him
trying to
have that.
leave.
Let me go.
Ali was trying to tell me to help him measure it and hold the tape measure for him. She told me no, stand there. So I walked around her, you know what I'm saying, and I helped. Make a long story short, she walking us in the house. She walked to the front. Y'all probably acting like his business. Y'all probably.
Gotta get this
Unless
done.
it's in this.
Skipping ahead a little bit so to get to her commentary.
So in this situation, the question of the day is, did it require all of this? No. Lowe's is very much like furniture. When you are having an appliance delivered, it is your job and your responsibility to measure your space.
Yes, ma'am. It is.
If it cannot fit, that is not Lowe's fault. You can whine.
No, it is not.
You can cry. Because you can't manage your misery in the fact that you've been waiting for this refrigerator and you've cleaned out your other refrigerator and you want it to work. They can't grow the space, shrink the space, make the refrigerator fit. They can't do that. That is
Now do you understand what we said when women are always trying to put a square peg into a round hole? Oops.
Yep.
Now do you understand? Now do y'all understand that?
It's beyond their scope of authority. Their job is to deliver the product
Deliver the
and
goods.
install it and then get the heck out. This lady, like a lot of women, in that moment, she just wanted what she wanted. And she was unwilling to
Where
accept
have I heard that
responsibility
before?
for the fact that I picked this out. I saw it on the showroom floor. I thought it was going to look good and it was going to be the product for me, but I didn't measure my space. So now what does she want to do? She got to project, and now she got to show out because she can't manage her misery. And I want to go back and I want to re-engage with a few of the statements that she made that I thought was so funny. She came out the rip just wrong. I want to go back and see if you can ascertain the first mistake that she made. Let's go back.
Please, Mr. Handy Dandy Tape Measure Man.
See how real she is? Why he got to be Mr. Handy Dandy Tape Measure Man? I'm going to tell you where this comes from. The reason why this guy is Mr. Handy Dandy Tape Measure Man is because she does not respect men. In fact, she hates men. She thinks this particular man who she don't know, he's beneath her. Why?
We have a winner.
Ding
He's
ding.
Handy Dandy Mr. Tape Measure Man, right? And I'm gonna explain why she thinks that. But notice the condescending nature and tone in her voice. This young man has been nothing but respectful to her and accommodating, like, you know, if we can remeasure it again. Because see, their job is, they're like, we know we ain't crazy. They done this job a million times. They like, this refrigerator don't fit. It doesn't fit. But just to prove, isn't it right, Robert? They have to prove to her it don't fit because women like this, she not gonna take his word for it. She got to see the number. She got to see the little tick on the tape measure and verify because she don't trust. She's so used to doing everything by herself. She didn't have a man.
That right there. That right there. She's so used to doing everything by herself. Translation.
Right.
I'm independent.
And then look, she got Larry over there, right, bro? Like when he said, "Oh, this."
Wait, let her finish. Let her finish. She gonna get to that.
And go with her to pick out this appliance. She did all of this by herself. And Larry here, the beta boy soy block dude that's with her, we already know Larry not her husband because she was like, that is not my husband. She had to make that very clear. That is not my husband. So the reason why he is Handy Dandy Tape Measure Man is because that is her way of letting him know, I don't respect you. And all you were here to do is to serve me. I know more than you. You're beneath me. I know these types. And I'm going to explain to you why. Let's hear it. Let's hear her continue.
Larry, will you bring me the tape measure from the other room?
So
no, I'm not. No. You can get your dispatcher.
You see the finger? Now, if this was one of those days that he like, I got money in the bank and Home Depot is ready to hire me on the spot, he should slap that finger out his hand. I ain't got nothing to lose.
That's
Put
facts.
your finger in my face, girl. What's wrong with you? That's a low-level threat of violence. You're gonna put your finger in a man's face like that? Are you crazy? No. Every time he tries to speak, she's cutting him off, telling him, you don't speak when you're in my presence. You're the Handy Dandy Tape Measure Man. You don't.
That's when I walk out.
Me. Call your dispatch. I don't want to talk to you because he's beneath her. Listen, get your dispatch, okay? You don't say nothing to me. You get your dispatch.
Dispatch.
Okay. Listen.
Dispatch.
Okay, wait a minute.
Larry, bring me my phone because I need Lowe's on the phone right now.
All right. Okay. All right.
Now she's telling Larry what to do. Now, Larry, you're going to bring me my phone because I need Lowe's. I need Larry to handle this because I'm disappointed. I've been waiting for this refrigerator for months. I saved up the money. I paid for it or I financed it for the next 10 years. I don't know her situation, but I'm telling you what's going through her mind. This was going through her mind. So instead of her leaning into the fact that Larry's here, Larry is gonna make it right. Let Larry handle this. Nope, because she don't
see. This is now I'm talking to you single mothers out here. This is the price y'all pay for not having a man in the house. She probably don't know what a man looked like. Because if you knew what a man looked like, what a man does, she wouldn't have this problem. But this is what happens. This is what happens when the father's not in the home, and she don't see how a man handle business. This is what you get.
respect Larry, because she telling Larry what to do. Larry, get me my phone. Get Lowe's on the phone. Larry, give me the tape measure. And Larry, he just, yes, the boss. Eyes weak, and I'm scared of you. So I'm just gonna oblige to whatever you say.
Yep.
These kinds of women, they like the beta men like this. What Larry was supposed to do was be like, go on, sit down somewhere, Yvonne. Let me take care of this. It don't fit. I'm sorry. You sad and disappointed. We're gonna go pick out another refrigerator, but right now you're gonna calm down. Calm down, go sit down, go in the other room. Let me handle this. Larry gotta step in and tell handy dandy tape measure man, listen. She wilding. I know it don't fit. I knew it wasn't gonna fit, right? But she needed to see it don't fit. Here's here's $50 for your time. Take the refrigerator back. We're gonna pay the restocking fee, and I'll bring her down there and make sure you ain't in the showroom when she there, because if she see you, she gonna go crazy.
Yep.
We're gonna go pick out another refrigerator. Like that's how Larry is supposed to be the voice of reason in this, but Larry weak. So Larry is of no help, as y'all saw in the video. Listen to this.
Exactly.
I'm just trying to give you an understanding.
No, you don't. I have a doctorate degree.
Y'all heard it? He's like, ma'am, I'm just trying to explain. I have a doctorate degree. I don't need you explaining nothing to me. So I'm like, okay, Miss Doctorate Lady, Miss PhD, you got a doctorate degree, and yet in about 2.0 seconds, we about to see you sprawled out on the grass with blood filling up in your mouth with probably some loose teeth, because you don't want to let that man's bag go, and you're the PhD. Is this how the PhDs act? Because if that, I don't want a PhD.
Certainly not how my wife
So
acts.
that tell right there was her way of asserting authority over him. You're nothing to me. I'm better than you. I'm smarter than you. You're the handy dandy tape measure man, and I make more money than you. All I need you to do right now is shut your mouth. Go get your little dispatch people on the phone. Larry is about to fetch me this tape measure, and now I'm about to go off. Why? Because I'm single. I'm miserable. I ain't got no joy. Larry, he claimed he's kind of like my man, but he can't control me. So I'm miserable about that. The PhD finds herself rolling around in the grass, screaming and crying.
That's facts. And
y'all mad at me because I call this a ratcheting behavior? Y'all mad at me? What do you want me to call this?
Go ahead.
If she would have did it right, bro, because I've done this delivery right, and if she would have did it right, okay, you didn't measure it right, okay, you bought it, you didn't measure right, and what she said was right. It is a restocking fee, right? Because we had to drive out there, we got to charge you something if it don't go right. So if she would have acted right, what I could have did was I could have said, hey, their door that we was trying to bring it in wasn't big enough to do it, but the space was good, but the door was bad. And then we could have took it back to the thing. She could have drove right there behind us. We'd have got in there. I could have took a flow model or took anything else that was actually the size and took it back to her house and we would have waived that as a Home Depot thing. They would waive that just as a customer service thing. If you would the man properly.
Okay, I heard you. You delivered before. I've delivered before. You heard of a such thing called the butterfly technique? You heard of a such thing called the butterfly technique? They could have butterflied that dope. They could have butterflied that refrigerator through her doors. It is possible. But guess what? They didn't have to tell her, which we don't. We don't have to tell you that we can butterfly, but because you had such a bad attitude and you were being condescending and a contrarian every step of the way, why would I open up my mouth to try to help you, lady? I'm not. I'm not.
AL, you're talking about logic. Quit that. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah. Fair enough. But let's continue.
How do you explain a professionally degreed woman like this? Clearly, she's articulate. Calling handy dandy, tape measure man, get your dispatch on the floor, get him on the phone, rolling around in the grass like a hood rat.
Well, that's Bill Clinton's fault. This is the price. Bill Clinton opened up colleges to hood rats, and this is what you get.
But she got PhD. It's because she's a misandrist. She hates men. She has never subjected herself to the authority of anyone.
Mm-hmm.
She does what she wants, going through life, making dumb decisions, unable to manage the basics of her life, such as I gotta get a refrigerator, and I didn't really measure this. I didn't measure this well. It doesn't fit. All the food is in the refrigerator in the garage, and now I have to deal with. She probably ordered this and waited for weeks. Like, she's bemoaning her choices.
Mm-hmm.
All of these things that are happening and swirling in her mind, she's mad at herself, but she doesn't know how to accept accountability and responsibility for the fact that she screwed up. And so she about to show out. Oh, I got to watch her show all the way out again, because it was just, the content makes itself. It really doesn't need any commentary from me.
No, it doesn't.
We got a doctor's again.
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Go.
Okay. So we're gonna go ahead and
No, get away from my door. Sit down.
sit
No.
down. Yeah.
No.
Can you get your
She told him to sit down. The man is trying to leave. She's trying to hold him hostage. She's holding this man against his will.
If I'm not mistaken, that's kidnapping. Oops.
Because she thinks she owns him. She thinks she running something. You sit down. You stay away.
Oh, yeah. Basically, what she's saying is this little line.
I'm done with life, and it's all Jermaine's fault. It's always Jermaine's fault. I'm done.
You can't make this stuff up, man.
You really can't. This is too.
From that door. In her mind, this made sense.
The joke
I'm
writes
gonna make
itself.
sure that this man, who's stronger than me, who can probably put me into a chokehold, and I could just be laid out here in 5 seconds if he really wanted to. I'm not gonna let him leave. I'm gonna tell him to sit down, and the expectation in her mind was, and he's gonna sit here and do what I say until I get his dispatch on the phone, and then they're gonna let me rant. They're going to let me rant and go off, and they're going to try to appease me, because the customer's always right. They're going to try to appease me and say, ma'am, well, how can we make this better? What can we do? And she's going to want a whole bunch of free stuff. Oh, this, I'm telling you how this goes. They start demanding things, and I have no regrets. I am out of the retail space. This is one of the reasons why. This was one of the reasons why. When it got to the end, it got so bad. Robert was like, you can't come up here no more. He was like, you're banned. He was like, you're banned. Because I had an encounter with someone who was being unreasonable like this. And I was like, yeah, this my last day. I fired myself from my own store. I was like, I'm working remotely. I'm not allowed to be on the sales floor anymore because I can't. I was like, I can't do it no more. I was like, after 12, 13 years, that's enough. It's time to retire. My temper and my patience, these people wore me down. They wore me down, I say. You saw how she's looking for Larry's help. She told this man, you're not leaving. You're not leaving. You're not going anywhere. And handy dandy tape measure man, he's like, can you get your wife, sir?
Right, sir.
That's not my husband.
Can you?
No.
She too darn hateful and evil and miserable to have a husband.
Mm-hmm.
And she would
I
never
know a
marry
relative like
Larry
that. My
because Larry
sister.
is weak. She'll never marry Larry. Larry is just
Of course not.
around because he knows she crazy.
Because he can,
But
because
it's like that
he
one
serves
sliver of
her.
time when she's really sweet. You know, that one time he's holding on to that as if if he can try to somehow recreate that moment of when he met her and she was halfway normal, what he's trying to do is just hold on in hopes that he can save her and reform her. She can't be helped, bro. Chicks like this, you got to leave them to their own devices.
Yep.
These are the kind
I totally agree. The chicks like that, you gotta leave them to themselves.
that end up in
She
assisted
gonna get
living
Larry
facilities by themselves where don't nobody come to visit. This is where they end up. They that miserable. They're that insufferable. And I hate to talk about it like this, but it's the truth. Y'all know somebody like this. You know, they be in their sorority and stuff with their PhD, showing all the way out, just showing their whole tail. And all of this wasn't warranted. It was a simple, I screwed up. I did not measure my space and now I'm mad.
We got another door, bro. She is crazy.
If you touch one goddamn thing and
Yeah, that's my sister all day long.
And when that brother said she went crazy, she's crazy, she went off. She lost it.
Yep.
Because that's the one thing they do not want to hear is you say they're crazy. That can that's like setting off a bomb.
Pretty
when
much.
You tell a crazy woman she crazy, they do not want to hear that.
I don't care what they don't want to hear. Guess what? Truth is truth. Screw your truth. Screw my truth. It's the truth. And truths are made up of facts, ration and reason, logical matter. Nothing more, nothing less. I don't care what you feel, and that means a hill of beans to us. Period. So no, we're not even condoning it, and we're not finna let her off on it at all.
By the way, hold on. Wait a moment. By the way, I got 41 watching. Like, share, subscribe. Hit the Cash App pinned at the top. Support the show. Hit the super chat. Support the show. I know y'all entertained, and we're gonna get more entertained after this one too.
I told my sister so many times over, you really need to change your attitude. And this is when I went to see her one Thanksgiving. I want to say it was 2010.
Mm-hmm.
I actually wasn't there to see her. I was there to see my nephew.
Yeah.
She didn't like that. She was like, "Oh, you can go." I walked the hell out and I drove home. And after what she said to me about my mom, and after what she said to me when I was trying to come pay her a visit after mom died, cut her off. Cut her off. Because you're never
your sister sound like my sister, man. That's how it happened when my dad died, man.
My sister flat out blames Skylar. My sister flat out blames my wife for me contracting cancer. Never mind the fact that I kicked the sumbitch. Never mind the fact that I'm 2 years in remission. Never mind the fact that my wife is the fucking reason that I no longer have cancer. No. Your sister's white. I mean, your wife is white. That's why you have cancer. Excuse me? She didn't have the balls to tell me. She told my wife straight up.
By the way, have you heard about the synthetic braids?
Synthetic braids.
What about?
You know the synthetic braids and stuff they be putting in their hair?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It turns out that stuff is linked to cancer.
It is.
Yeah. And you wonder why they crazy. Bro, think about this. I'm going to give y'all one more that's going to really devastate y'all when y'all hear this. Before the synthetic braids, before the weave, they were putting the chemicals straight to the scalp, i.e. via perms. Those chemicals alone. Okay. So with that being said, we didn't catch the weave in the wig epidemic to the late 2000s, early 2000s, where it just really exploded. But before then, what you think they was doing to themselves? Because guess what? The straightening iron, it wasn't good enough for them because after 3 or 4 hours and you in the humid heat or whatever, it's gonna make that straightness start going frizzy, and they can't take that. Why can they hold on? Why can they not take it going frizzy for being straight after they purposely took a hot comb and made it straight? Because what I'm about to say is self-explanatory. They hate themselves. They really want to be white women. Hey, no shout out to your wife, Snowman, but this is what they want. They truly want this. And when they don't get the desired look that they want and they can't achieve because they own idiosyncrasies and insecurities that make up their esteem of the self, which is low, guess what? This is the mess you get. So guess what? You done put all this crap in your head and on your head and wonder why you're imbalanced and this, that, and the third. And then you want to say, well, it's my thyroid. No, it's not your thyroid, Bart. You done put this shit straight to the scalp and the dome for years. And if you ain't putting the weaves in the wig in your head, you're still putting the perm on your head. If I'm lying, somebody tell me shut up right now. Somebody tell me shut up.
Telling the truth. You telling the truth.
You telling the truth, man.
Let's continue.
They had whole lawsuits about it. The Hawaiian Silky and the rest of that stuff that was even cheaper than that. You know, that stuff was like giving people cancer, and they actually had a lawsuit against it. But people, did that stop them from putting it in their hair?
Nope.
Chris Rock tried to save these broads. He tried to save them almost 10 years ago. He put out a movie. He put out a documentary on hair, people, hair, and specifically black women's hair, and all these tropes and this, that, and the third they got going on. But guess what? Did they listen to him? No. Did they stop doing what they're doing when he gave them the research? He gave them the facts and figures and the knowledge? No, they didn't. So guess what?
Okay,
let it burn.
Hey, that's what I be talking about, man. Hey, go ahead and load this thing back up, bro. We gone.
But let's just take this scene in for a moment. Handy dandy tape measure man tells his partner, let's load this up. They don't pay us enough for this. This is probably like, looking at the time of day it is, this could be their second stop, maybe their fifth stop. That's a straight truck. What was that, 26 foot? So that means they gotta go. Okay, they gotta go. They're on a time schedule. Why is she sitting there? What is this supposed to accomplish? She's sitting there because the idea is you're not leaving until I'm satisfied. And what's going to satisfy me is I got to get dispatch on the phone. I have to spaz out. I got to crash out, spaz out, be completely outraged, show all the way out until I get what I want. Now, mind you, what she wants is so unreasonable, it can't even be fulfilled today. Like in her mind, they're supposed to manifest the refrigerator that actually fits, and they're going to send another truck and bring it to her because she doesn't know how this works. She doesn't know that this truck probably got loaded the night before or the morning of in the order of the stop in which she is. There are other customers' items on here. In her mind, you're going to go back to Lowe's and get my stuff, not realizing that this probably came from a distribution center or a warehouse.
Right.
They didn't just go into the Lowe's and pick it up off the shelf and put it on the truck for you. That's not how this works. But her sitting there trying to get dispatch on the phone, this is where she goes to make her demands. And then some poor little CSR on the phone gonna put her on mute and be like, I've told this lady 1,000,000 times that we're going to have to take the product back. We got to restock it. And she has to order another one. She's going to have to come in. She don't want to hear none of that. And she's going to continue to go back and forth, demanding what she wants as if it is possible for her to get it. And no amount of explaining, like you're going to want to take her into the kitchen and say, ma'am, do you realize that the items on this truck, they're not yours. They belong to other customers, right? There's a whole logistics process involved with this. Give us time. And even though this ain't our fault, because you didn't measure your space, we are more than we'd be more than happy to take this product back, but you gotta have to come in and pick out something else. She ain't
having it.
Unreasonable.
And that might have been his last
here,
stop,
her sitting here. This is the standoff. This is the standoff where she gonna sit here and she ain't gonna let these people. She not gonna let them in. And then I love the next part. So he's like, so you gonna sit here? Okay. Look how tight she looks. Just tight.
It's over, bro. Back it up. Ma'am, can you please get out of our truck? Please get out of our truck.
She all up in the bed truck, man.
Oh man.
Not only is that kidnapping charge, attempted kidnapping charge, that's attempted hijacking charge.
That's attempted robbery.
She's not even acknowledging him. He's nobody to her. Like the fact that this is his truck and he's the driver and he's got to get in it is insignificant. She don't care about that. He is nothing. He's invisible to her. How she get?
She better be glad that wasn't the white dude. That he may have took her out of that truck and slammed her on the ground.
Oh, he would have drug her up out of that truck, man, off top. You
them white boys do not play.
Sure don't.
It's from the truck out into the grass. I don't know. Let's watch it. But this is the mindset of the orangutan. Can't manage your misery. So what is the symptom? They show out. They create chaos where none exists. Was there any chaos here in how the driver and the partner was dealing with her? No. Was there any chaos in how they were trying to explain to her, well, ma'am, you know, we'd be more than happy to measure the space, but the refrigerator didn't grow or shrink.
Okay, y'all got the gist of this, right? So
yep.
We're about to move on. Well, we're about to talk about next. Well, we're about to, quite frankly, how can I say this? We're about to drink some tears.
Uh-oh.
Whose tears? Hold on. Whose tears? We just don't drink anybody's tears.
We're about to drink.
Oh man, those are sweet tears right there. Well, no, those are salty tears. Them salty as hell.
We're about to drink some tears. And by the way, I got over 50 watching. Like, share, subscribe, hit the cash app, support the show. Hit the super chat, support the show. Like I said, we're about to drink some tears. For those of you who have been living under a rock, Joy Reid got fired last weekend.
Hold on. Yeah, there's a button I need to play. There's a button I need to play, and it goes like that.
You so behind schedule.
Hey, Joy Reid.
Yeah!
I've been holding on to that.
God damn it! You can't make this shit up.
Man, I was wondering when
Hey, wait a minute. Play that one more time. Play that one more time for me. So, man.
You got it.
Yeah!
No. I'm saying this on air, and I'm saying this to anybody that knows me, watch me. No, I do not feel sorry for her whatsoever.
Nor do I.
Man, she is like the most vile. I mean, when you talk about the racism and the man hating, and I mean, man, she should be in the encyclopedia on that shit.
No. This is the kicker. Because if you watch like me and AB watched this saga unfold early this week, when in this picture, this description he has of her when she's doing this, it was a man who brought her tissues, a black man. The irony of it all. But you hate men. You hate black men.
No.
Yes. And yes.
She was surprised she was fired though. Like she was like genuinely surprised. I'm like, you didn't think all that shit was gonna come back through? Your ratings are worse than a fucking kid that's playing a video game that ain't even saying nothing.
Your ratings are worse. Your ratings are worse than a Lakers game.
Oh, that's low blow.
Oh wow. Shout out to Art Newstall in the chat.
Your ratings are worse than this. Your ratings are worse than this past Super Bowl when the Chiefs got a foot put in their ass.
Ooh.
Oh man, not on Mahomes, not the Golden Boy.
As I often say, find the lie.
What's going on, Jesse?
What's up?
But yeah, Joyless Reed got fired, and that's and notice I put this in quote because that didn't come from me. That came directly from her.
That's what I'm saying.
Wipe
she's
your own
so...
tears. In fact, before we get into the other video, we're actually going to go to TikTok for a minute.
The land of salty tears.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I think
Go lay down, Lucy.
Zelensky's crash out in the Oval Office has had.
And don't worry, we are going to get to Zelenskyy and his crash out in the Oval Office a little bit later.
Oh, it was a crash.
He got handled up there. He got handled.
It was a crash, all right. Why are you? Come here.
But I made a little video about Joy Reid, and here we go.
Your graphics still up.
Make your own dinner, MAGA. Make your own sandwiches.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Uh-oh.
Here we go.
AB's on the attack.
Here we go.
Make your own dinner, MAGA. Make your own sandwiches. Wipe your own tears. Troll amongst yourselves with Elon and leave us alone. We don't want to put up with your trolling while we eat our tofurkey. Get over it. Stop acting like we owe you. And for God's sakes, stop whining. It's embarrassing. Make your own dinner, MAGA. Make your own sandwiches. Wipe your own tears. Troll amongst yourselves with Elon and leave us alone.
What does that have to do with MAGA? That's going against men, like you were saying, AL. She just so much of a man here. Talking about making your own sandwich. What's wrong with a woman making a man a damn sandwich? I mean, what's so damn hard about it? You don't want. I hate to see what her husband had to deal with at the house. She don't even want to make a nigga a sandwich, boy.
Let's listen to this again with my picture up.
We don't want to put up with your trolling while we eat our tofurkey. Get over it. Stop acting like we owe you. And for God's sakes, stop whining. It's embarrassing. Make your own dinner, MAGA. Make your own sandwiches. Wipe your own tears. Troll amongst yourselves with Elon and leave us alone. We don't want to put up with your trolling while we eat our tofurkey. Get over it. Stop acting like we owe you. And for God's sakes, stop whining. It's embarrassing. Make your own dinner, MAGA. Make your own sandwiches. Wipe your own tears. Troll amongst yourselves with Elon and leave us alone. We don't want to put up with your trolling while we eat our tofurkey. Get over it. Stop acting like we owe you. And for God's sakes, stop whining. It's embarrassing.
That's the sound I need to play. That where'd it go? AB gave me this sound, and with this picture and with this video up, Joy Reid, I just have one question for you.
Are you a god?
But one of the worst things she did was to tell people not to get with their families. If your family voted for Trump, you know, she's saying don't talk to them, stay away. You know, and like, wait a minute, don't let politics come between y'all during Christmas time.
Wait a minute, what did she say? I missed that one.
That's what she said. She said after the election, if you have family members who might have voted for Trump, and you know, I didn't vote for Pamela, what should you do? And she was like, you know, they should stay away from each other. They shouldn't, you know, you shouldn't interact with these people because they're supporting abortion, and they're supporting, you know, not having abortion, and they're supporting, you know, she was saying something about the gays, and she was like, you should not deal with your family if they didn't vote the way you voted. And that was so wrong because it's like, look, you know, don't let that come between families. You know, the election is the election, and we still got to come together at the end of the day.
Yeah. Oh, if you don't understand, if you don't want to understand why Joy Reid got fired from MSNBC, well, let's go back to YouTube for a minute. And before we go back to my playlist, let's type in Joy. Let's see, Joy
Hey, Joy
Reid.
Reid. Hey, Joy Reid.
You're out.
Let's type in Joy Reid and MSNBC. Let's go down here. What's a good one?
Any of them?
Let's take a look at this little clip.
On one since the election. So I wanted to begin tonight.
Okay.
Now, the video's not really important. What is important is, do y'all see the like to dislike this ratio down here?
I most certainly do.
Let's see. We have 21,000 likes
and
and 45,000 dislikes. And they took away the dislike button for a reason.
They were coming in droves.
Let's look at another one.
Yeah, okay.
This one might be a little bit better.
But we begin tonight.
See that look right there? That look. I hate to do it, and AB is probably going to want to swing for the fences, but with that look right there, I got to make this joke. I can't help it. Just look at that face.
I'm just glad she doesn't have the poodle on her head anymore.
Same.
No, believe it or not, she ain't hurt for money because yeah, her content's not that important, but she does have her own YouTube channel. And yes, that's the poodle on her head on the top. Good Lord.
Good grief.
And she does this with her daughter, but that's not important. That's not what we're here for today.
Hell no.
By the way, like, share, subscribe, hit the Cash App, support the show, hit the Super Chat, support the show.
Are y'all not?
They create chaos.
Yep. But now, by the way, it should be noted that a lot of people say that we hate black women and that we're quote unquote intimidated by black women. In fact, on Facebook, I was told I was intimidated by Joy Reid. Believe it or not, I was told I was intimidated by Joy Reid. So
give me this button. Huh?
I was like, intimidated by what? She's a poor excuse for a reporter.
You were told that you were intimidated.
Yes.
By Joy Reid.
Yeah.
Huh?
God damn it. You can't make this shit up.
What in the all with that being said,
I can't.
You lucky I didn't get up and pitch a bitch.
Yeah. I was told I was intimidated by Joy Reid because I guess she's a quote unquote strong black woman. So
he said strong.
Strong.
You asshole. I love you for that.
She's a quote unquote strong black woman. So since I'm so intimidated by
I need to have your voice saying that. I just now I need that sound.
You might get it in a couple days, but
okay.
Since I'm so intimidated by this strong black woman, I have decided to have not one but two black women explain to you why she actually got fired and why we shouldn't give a shit.
I'm
not
ready for
one
this.
but two.
Effective and placating.
Oh, wait a minute.
One of the things that I was fooled by earlier on was media and how things really work. And I know we have covered on the show about, Joy Reid's firing, et cetera. And people were asking me like, well, why aren't you more sympathetic? I think tonight you're going to see why. Vicki Dillard did an amazing breakdown here.
For the record, yes, I do think Vicki Dillard's a little nuts, but she's on point.
Of some of the things that were
But
happening
she's
behind
still
the
nuts.
scenes.
Yep.
The things that you guys
She's
don't
down
see. A
here
lot
in
of the things
Houston,
that
Texas,
happen off
around my
camera, not
area.
on camera.
Bitch is nuts.
And I said to myself, thank you for saying this. And I shared this on Twitter and told people, guys, if there's one video that you need to see is this one. Because what Vicki Dillard does in this video is she exposes what Joy Reid and other corporate media commentators were doing behind the scenes.
Oh boy.
Let's start with this clip. Get ready.
I'm probably wondering why. Well, Joy Reid served as a voluntary and a deliberate voice against the Black grassroots.
Very true. She called the Black grassroots Russian agents.
I'm sorry. What?
Yeah, she deliberately called the Black grassroots Russian agents. She said anybody that was supporting reparations back in the 2020s, she referred to them as Russian bots for Putin.
Yoga fire. What is that? Constantly went after Joy and talked about her and many other in media because they use their very large platforms that's quickly dying now. They use the access that they had to government and to the minds of the masses using legacy media and cable media to silence us.
Yep.
To mock us. To censor us.
Oh, there's a word.
So why was Vicki Dillard constantly going after Joy Reid? Because whenever there was something that went down, like that medical situation that hit the world and we were on lockdowns, when it came to censoring social media, guess who was the voice? One of the first few voices.
By the way, that's the other reason I don't have much respect for Joy Reid. She was one of the main ones trying to push that vaccine like it was a cure. That's why I despise her and Don Lemon for that.
And don't forget, she was shaming you if you didn't.
Yep.
That told the Biden administration, impose the mandates, do this, do that. It was Joy Reid, the Don Lemons of the world, and others similarly situated. I was constantly going after Joy Reid, and I'm gonna always be a responsible media person. How does Vicki keep getting it right? I'm a spiritual woman first and foremost. And then later on, I end up getting a confirmation of something, receipts for something. Well, Joy was a big defender of Hillary Clinton.
That too.
And do I believe that she was working behind the scenes to get her talking points from her team? Heck yes. Similarly with Roland Martin. How many of you all know that I was constantly nonstop for the past few years breaking down the fact that Roland Martin's name came up in the WikiLeaks release? Most people did not expect a rejected black bootleg like him to come up in such important documents. But those emails showed that Roland was connected to leaking information to Hillary Clinton's campaign related to a debate question that she was not supposed to have. So he was working hand in hand based on information, credible information. There was evidence of that with her, with the DNC, with the Democratic Party, with the Hillary Clinton campaign. I'm bringing that up because I'm trying to get you all to understand that the people that's supposed to be representing your issues behind the scenes are secretly making sure they get good biscuits.
What did I tell you guys? I told you they were actively silencing Black grassroots voices. They were actively silencing people. Those of us that are independent media, we were being silenced by other Black commentators that were corporate media. They were looking out for their career, their money, their pocket, all that kind of stuff. And they saw people like Vicky and African Diaspora Network, they have over 1 million subscribers, as a threat.
Yeah, that's Philip Scott's channel.
It's called the Emancipation Show
The
now.
story that Joy was not giving you on MSNBC. Not to mention, they have their own app. African Diaspora Network is not just on YouTube. Phil Scott and them, like, they built something really, they built something. Like, it's not like no little measly, no. They saw them as a threat.
Yep.
Let's continue.
They're only concerned about themselves individually in their little small groups, and they will throw you to the wolves. And they front in your face, and they cuss you out, and they mock you, and they work to censor us. So no, I ain't crying for Joy today, because she worked to silence us.
Yeah, and I kind of felt the same way. I mean, that's why I was just kind of like, do you guys know what they were doing behind the scenes? And I will go to another part of that discussion right about here. Did you guys know, and I think I brought this up before, I don't know if everyone's aware of this, but Joy Reid was the one who silenced Breonna Joy Gray. See, these are the kind of things. You guys understand, people have been blacklisted.
Yeah, she silenced another Black woman. Oops. A pretty ass Black woman too. But yeah.
Listed. Breonna Joy Gray was supposed to go into MSNBC. Do you know the booker who booked Breonna Joy Gray for the segment? Do you know that it was Joy Reid who fired him?
What?
Come with it. Did you guys know that?
Yep.
Don't ever bring her on here. Blacklist. We literally had other Black people in corporate media blocking us, silencing us, censoring us. This is what I was trying to tell you guys. Let me let her go on more. Don't cry for Joy.
Again, I'm a woman. And I'm a woman and I get emotional too. It's not about the fact that you cry, it's what you are crying about. Where is my gavel? Talk back to me, somebody.
Now, I told you she's
Is
crazy,
Joy
so.
Reid, and I
Go
also
on.
called her Joyless Reid. Did Joyless Reid cry because the Democrat Party refused to give us reparations? Did Joyless Reid cry when the Democrats set up out of Chicago, for example? There are many other places of sabotage by the Democrat Party, their most loyal base after 60 years of voting for them. When the Biden administration was in office and Joy Reid still had her show, did Joy Reid cry about the fact that they pushed for a crime bill and successfully got one for the AAPI community and then redirected money, $50 million?
Now, just for context, here's a clip of Breonna Joy Gray.
No. There's something else though. With respect to Amy Klobuchar, I actually don't think Democrats give a shit about Black people and care about those kind of pressure campaigns, because Black people specifically are always going to vote for Democrats. So the way that a Black woman asking for something from the Democratic Party means less than the dog crap on the bottom of my sneaker cannot be emphasized enough. Like Black women, there's no planet. If I were running for president, truly the last, apart from like having my own values, the way that the last call that I would answer would have to be a Black woman's call, as long as they insist on voting hook, line, and sinker for Democrats no matter what. That's just the way leverage works. And
That's who she got banned from TV.
Really?
Yep.
Wow.
Little too much truth, isn't it? Oh, she recently came out and said, "What good are Democrats for?" You know, she listened to Hakeem Jeffries, like, you know, they are who they thought they were. You know.
Thank you, Dennis Green.
That was just to their community. Money that was already in the government, and the Democrats did that. And they rejected of doing the same thing for us. Did she cry over that? Did Joy cry when they tried to institute stuff online to silence our voices? Did Joy Reid cry when some of us, like myself, was targeted by a so-called fact-checking group? And they put my name in there to misrepresent me and didn't reach out to me to come after me? Did Joy Reid cry over that?
Pause it right
Did Joy
quick.
Reid cry over the fact?
AB, did Joy Reid cry when she replaced Melissa Harris Perry? And Melissa Harris Perry was shows on 5 days a week. Who was on the weekends doing her spot duty? Joy Reid.
AM Joy. Yeah.
AM Joy Reid. Did she shed one tear when she went from the weekend work to the weekday work? I remember like it was yesterday. I'm up there. Where is Melissa Harris Perry? She's gone. Not even a tear, mourning, nothing. Not all that, well wishes and goodbyes she got from Rachel, the other white chick, and Lawrence. Oh no, Melissa didn't get none of that. None of that. So continue. Yeah. Go along with it.
That her network. How many of y'all saw my broadcast that I did here a couple of years ago on how Tiffany Cross says tried to come for me slick wise? How many of y'all saw that? Google it. Y'all see it right here in the search engine.
And we all know what happened to Tiffany Cross.
Right here on this network. How many
Trying to follow in Joy Reid's footsteps.
Where Jamil Hill called herself trying to come for me. She worked for ESPN before they let her go. Unceremoniously.
Yep.
How many of you all saw the back-to-back broadcast that we did on Angela Rye when she was dogging us, dogging people that we love and appreciate, and she crying a river because CNN and stuff, and nobody cares for them, and nobody is coming for them anymore. All of her hopes and dreams of going back on mainstream media and getting into the White House as an aide to Capitol Hill, her dreams were dashed, and she cried and cried and cried and cried some more. And said that she didn't get and her colleague told me he didn't get out the bed for days. And she said she was getting up in the middle of the night screaming randomly, 1, 2, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning. No, I'm not exaggerating. How many of y'all saw the broadcast we did here, family?
And to this point from Charles, she definitely didn't cry when she took over. I think it was Melissa Harris Perry show after she refused to let the establishment use her. Nope, she sure didn't, Charles. This is karma. This is why I told you guys. This is why people are like, don't you feel sympathy or sad? Hells no.
Nope, I don't either.
Hell to the no.
No.
In fact, I'm going to be even more petty. Hell no. To the no.
To the no. Hell to the no.
Hell to the no.
Hell no. To the no. Goddamn right. I like that duet we just did. That was okay.
I would push that button, but the only time I did, I kind of got AB in trouble. I don't want to do it again.
Yeah, that's why I'm doing it. That's why I'm just doing it now.
Yeah, understood.
Wait,
you can't copyright us for using our own voices.
I don't understand why.
Why am I bringing that up? The whole time they had those positions, they mocked us. They worked to silence us. They pushed for policies that they know because we use alternative media. They were pushing for policies that would censor us so that we would not continue to be a competitor to their voices. How many of you all know?
I told you guys that they were working toward. That's why. Remember all those hoops? You guys know. Hold on one second. You guys know how we have to jump over hoops and stuff to talk about certain things on here and all that kind of stuff. Like, who do you think people behind all that? They defended because, again, like I said, they were competition. And not necessarily me, but African Diaspora Network has over 1 million subscribers. They are competition to someone like a Joy Reid or to someone like a Tiffany Cross. They were competition.
Ding.
So this is what they were doing. I'm telling you guys.
Oh, you can. The statistics and the statisticians and the demographers show that more and more folks are trusting us, listening to us, and that the cable news networks and legacy media is losing authority and power. Yes?
Told you.
How many of you all know Joy was about that life? Now she's sitting up here talking about the fact in that clip where I went hard for Black Lives Matter. She said that she discussed and she does not apologize. What else did she say? For standing up for the LGBTQ community. She said she does not apologize for standing up on behalf of immigrants who just come here to this country for X, Y, and Z. Family, with her arrogant self, they still chose to silence the very large Black grassroots voice and those that represent them like us, like voices like mine that have been doing this for years and that did it in my own unusual way when the rest of the world mocked me. Joy's buddies, her network, which I brought up a minute ago, MSNBC. How many of you all know that before they fired Tiffany Cross a couple of years ago, that network, MSNBC, specifically her show, Tiffany, she specifically called out one of our Black grassroots voices and told their audience not to listen to us. I gotta emphasize that because I'm trying to get y'all to understand. Joy is crying because she wants us to feel bad because she feels like her voice, her show has been stopped. Meanwhile, she was willfully, knowingly, and intentionally working to sabotage, silence, prevent, frustrate, fall, and stop and demolish our voices, which were your voices.
Yep.
So that's a big part I think people need to fully understand. Again, like I said, they've actively been blacklisting people. And I'm talking about people that are good, because what I got to get to is this, and I'll bring up this other part here. What I have to get to is this. When you hear them say that we need more Black media, we want more Black voices, they're not talking about any Black person. They're not even talking about the best Black commentator. They're talking about a Black voice that is pro-Democrat. You cannot be too hard on the Democratic Party. That's what they're talking about. Mm-hmm. Hell, they would be more willing to take someone who has less talent and less experience than before they take someone who has the talent and has the experience that is too hard on the Democratic Party. When you hear people like Joy Reid and all of them, Joy and Roland and all of them, we need more Black media. We need more Black media. They're not talking about people like Breonna Joy Gray. They're not talking about people like me. They're not talking about people like...
Not talking about people like me either.
Jamal Thomas. They're not talking about us. They're talking about Black people that fit a certain mold, and that mold is pro-Democratic Party. And you may be able to push back on the Democratic Party, but you are never, ever, 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 ever going to tell people, no, I don't think you guys should support them.
Yep.
Because it's basically an arm of the Democratic Party. Just like you can say Fox News is an arm of the Republican Party.
Big difference. The Democrat Party, in my personal opinion, has become a cult. And I said what I said.
No argument from me.
It's become a cult.
So they're not talking about us. That's what people have to understand. We'll get to this part here as well.
They officially helped Biden get into office. Remember, they started ignoring Reverend Al Sharpton. Remember, they started ignoring Urban League. Do y'all remember that? They started ignoring all the Black bootleg type and so-called civil rights groups. What happened? How many of y'all remember Reverend Al Sharpton and them exposed them on their platforms? And that forced Joe Biden and Kamala Harris to answer their calls. Because remember, they came out and said, they're not even answering our calls no more. Mm-hmm. So what did he do? What did Kamala Harris do? They were forced to meet with them by Zoom. And in that Zoom meeting, Joe Biden admitted something. And the media tried to spin it. They tried to say, well, he didn't mean it like that, or it was out of context. No, baby.
No, it wasn't.
Did Joy Reid cry? And did Joy Reid do any broadcast on the fact that Joe Biden said that America is doomed, not only because of Black folks?
Yep.
And then he said that because white folks in America are getting ready to be the minority here come 2040, that they're also doomed.
Do you guys remember it was not too long after Biden?
Yep, this is when he was talking to the so-called civil rights leaders. Remember he told them you're going to have to start talking to Hispanics? Well.
And there was that call. This is what she's talking about, that call with those civil rights leaders. And he said, nothing's going to happen for you. Now's not the time.
Mm-hmm.
Notice how Black media either didn't talk about that, was hesitant somewhat, or they defended it.
Did Joy cry when he said that? Did she cry when he said, and y'all gonna have to work with the Hispanics? As soon as he said that, mainstream media went out to try to put out little stuff online to say, well, it's out of context. He was making a larger point. No. Did Joy cover that?
No.
Did Joy do back-to-back broadcasts and cry when Joe Biden said that we ain't Black?
No.
We don't vote for him?
No.
And then she sit up here talking about she spoke up for Gaza. I'm not going to get off into all that, but tell the truth. She wasn't even talking about them folks in Gaza until the last minute. It got so outrageous, she was forced to say one or two things, and even then, she didn't even say nothing strong enough because she was getting so much backlash for not saying nothing at all. Now she's trying to fix her legacy, so now that she's out, it'll look like she was about that life.
Mm-hmm.
I told you guys, that was all that time that went by, and then she finally said something, and even the criticism that Joy had at that point was mild, right? So it was mild criticism that Joy had at that time. Meanwhile, all of us in independent media, all of us actually, were talking about that. We're going to get to this part here. I think this is where we get into the Sean Hannity part. This is juicy, guys.
Oh, yes. Sean Hannity's name gets brought up in this for a specific reason.
Uh-oh.
Yes, that Sean Hannity from Fox News. That Sean Hannity who's a Republican shill.
Oh, boy.
Yes, that's right. I told y'all I'm equal opportunity over here. Sean Hannity is a well-known Republican shill. He simps for the Republican Party. Everybody knows that. Mm-hmm. Listen to how he's involved with this story.
Guys, listen to this.
Why is this important? It's important why I called her out and others like her, and why I was effective in staying on her. It's because these are your modern false prophets.
Yep. By the way, I got over I got 60 watching. Y'all like, share, subscribe, hit my Cash App, support the show. Hit the super chat, support the show. Are you not entertained? I haven't got any Cash App yet. Hit my Cash App. Support the show. It's pinned at the top. Let's continue.
Did you hear what I said? These are your modern false prophets. Family. Mm-hmm. Do you understand that whoever has access to the minds of the masses controls the world? I'm going to say it again. Whoever has access to the minds of the masses literally control the world. How many of you all know there's a such thing as a war of words? There's a reason we call it a war of words. Because
it's called propaganda.
Before the war, the victory is won out in the battle physically. There first has to be a narrative, a consciousness to mess with the eco-space of society. You got to see the message out there in the consciousness and the minds of the people. Mm-hmm. How many of you all know that the reason why they work so hard to dog Black folks is that way when the police took us out, deleted us on camera, nobody would rise up to do nothing. All they would say is, well, they some thugs anyway.
That part right there. And then we have one more part I want to get to here. This is the part about how Sean Hannity and all them behind the scenes, how they actually working together. So listen to this part. I'm trying to tell you guys. Peep this.
This headline, family, is from 2021. This headline says, Hannity tells Santorum he helped prevent Joy Reid from being fired. I know y'all said, Vicky, I know you ain't talking about Fox News Hannity. I know.
Oh, yeah. Y'all heard that right. Sean Hannity almost single-handedly made sure Joy Reid didn't get fired.
He needed to keep his competition on the airwaves.
Pretty much.
No, you're not talking about Rick Santorum, the political guy and the guy that's on CNN and stuff.
Yep, that Rick Santorum. Yep.
Why in the world would Fox News come out and do something of the sort? Listen to this headline. I don't have time to show it to you, but just so you know, I'm not lying to you, because I know everybody, on this network, they do everything professional, baby, and everything. So I don't have the article to put up. I want you all to look it up when you get a chance. This particular article I'm reading from is from The Hill. Headline: Hannity tells Santorum he helped prevent Joy Reid from being fired. This is from 2021. I've been talking about this for years. I use this article as just one example of the fact that I knew they was going to get rid of her to supplement what I was always saying, and I was prophesying to her early on that they was going to let her go. She was just she was just a tool for them to use. What does it say? Fox News host Sean Hannity, during a Monday interview with Rick Santorum, who was just fired by CNN, said an NBC executive thanked him for defending MSNBC's Joy Reid and helping her keep her job. Quote, when Joy Reid was in trouble, I was called by an NBC executive who said your public comments played a big role in us being able to keep her, meaning her job, Hannity said. She wrote me a nice note.
Sounds about right.
This is one of many things I was discussing. Why did I bring this up? Even though I was telling y'all a long time ago they was going to eventually get rid of her. And why was I using all this?
She know she knows she had to thank Massa.
Evidence over the years to prove my point. I use Sean Hannity and Fox News to let you all know it's a game.
It's a game. It's a game.
Reid was fronting. They love the Republicans. They love Fox because they bounce off of each other. Do you all know that that's how ratings work? Do you all know that Fox News' rating is higher because they're more effective in placating the needs of their very biased and anti-Black audience? But they got to have a Black face in order to be effective and keep attacking them. Yep. So one of the reasons why Sean Hannity of Fox News was fighting to keep Joy, because he needed a face to keep punching at for his audience. When you look at the multi-trillion-dollar war bill that your government can't account for the last several audits, both sides are for it.
Both sides are for it. I think we have to drop the beat. It is a game. So think about this for a second, right? These people are enemies in front of the camera. Behind the scenes, it's a totally different thing. So you have to have someone to bounce off of, right?
Both sides of the same coin.
Yep.
Right? So she gives the example with Joy Reid and Sean Hannity, and she sends him a nice note and all that kind of stuff. She is right. It's like they need to have one to bounce off the other. I saw this during the 90s with the talk shows. Remember the 90s, all the talk shows? You had Oprah, Ricky Lake, Phil Donahue, until, they got rid of Phil, and Geraldo, all those different talk shows that were.
By the way, it should be pointed out, what was the recurring thing with all those shots? So it sounded a little something like, this.
I'm done with life, and it's all Jermaine's fault. It's always Jermaine's fault. I'm done.
Yep. He shoots
around during the 90s. Don't forget, there was also beef between those talk show hosts. See, people forget about these things. So it was like you had to have that person to bounce off of. It's designed to be a certain way. Fox News would have difficulty without MSNBC and CNN.
Yep.
CNN would have difficulty. CNN and MSNBC would have difficulty without Fox News.
Yes.
She's right. It is a game. These people been playing games. And Joy Reid, the moment she got to that, she never really took no step forward to stand up for said people. If anything, I showed you the clip. I showed you the screenshot when she was smearing the ADOS organization, calling them Russian. I told you this is what they do. They'll either smear you as right wing, they'll call you Russian bots, disinformation, anyone that is Black and is not necessarily pro-Democrats.
Mm-hmm.
Anyone that's a voice of the Black grassroots, this is what they do. And they've done this to Breonna Joy Gray. And that was even when she was Bernie Sanders' press secretary who was running through the Democratic Party. They were smearing her then. So think about that. They've done it to her. They've done it to me. They've done it to anybody. I'm trying to tell you, if you are not in that, it's a cult. This is what I mean when I say it's a cult.
There's your word.
You have to be willing to play a certain game. And if you're not willing to play that game, they will not only pretend like you don't exist, they will try to do everything that they can to silence you or to
yes, they will.
Hear you or to tell people don't pay attention to them. But see, this wasn't supposed to happen because the thing is this. Independent media was never supposed to become this big.
Nope.
Independent media was never supposed to become this big. And it has. Look around. Look how many independent media channels are now over 1 million subscribers. That was never supposed to happen. They were never supposed to really compete with CNN and all of them. They weren't thinking about these little small YouTube channels. But look at now, where you have more people willing to watch independent media, and then they're like, I don't know if CNN and Fox News tell me the truth. Let me go see what some of the YouTube hosts have to say. There's a reason why a show like Redacted had over 12,000 people watching it live yesterday afternoon alone, because they were willing to tell you things. They warned you that this Epstein file release wasn't going to be what you thought it was going to be. And you may not agree with these shows on everything. Fine, it is what it is. But they were working to silence, in particular, they were working to silence Black grassroots. And it was our own damn people doing it.
Yep.
So you remember what Dr. West say, Black faces in high places. Wow. Everybody not cool with what you're doing. And you'll find that if you're listening to me and you've been thinking about starting a YouTube show and you want to be outside, I'm going to let you know, everybody's not going to be cool with what you're doing.
Ain't that the truth?
And you need to ask yourself why. And you'll see it even in independent media, even in left, so-called progressive independent media on YouTube. There are some who have worked to do the same thing that Joy Reid did, actively smear or silence Black grassroots voices.
Yep.
There's a reason why you don't see too many Black people on those channels.
And you won't either.
And there are a number of us around. Jamal Thomas, who's been on here. Excellent, phenomenal, smart. Jamal Thomas, Tim Black, right? So just some of the voices. Jason, who just started, he was just on here recently for a panel. Amazing, excellent voice. There are a number of Black podcasters who have come onto this show, but you don't see them on a lot of other people's shows. That's on purpose. It's not because they're not willing to go. It's because even in independent media, you have the gatekeeping, and they don't want their audience to hear what you have to say because they are more worried about audience capture. I don't want my viewers to go over to that channel. I want to keep them all to myself. So if you're not in that Democrat bubble, they are not trying to entertain you. Everyone has to pay attention to stuff like this.
She said that the loud part out loud.
When you hear people say we don't have that many, there's no Black voices in independent, that's a damn lie. There are Black voices in independent media on YouTube, and you've seen me bring them on this show. You just don't see them on other shows, on the bigger shows, because they don't want their audience to hear it.
Yep.
So you have gatekeeping on both sides.
Both sides are against you getting reparations, Black family. They want you to pretend like there's a major difference between the two parties. They'll disagree on one thing or another so that when in fact it's really controlled opposition. They give you the appearance. I grew up in Mississippi.
Who's doing something in the background? I can hear it.
I'm typing something. I'm sorry.
And on the weekends, my grandparents and some of my family used to watch, what is it called? WWF? WWF. Now, when I was real young, like 5, 6, 7, that I didn't know that at that age that it was really fake. Talk black to me, somebody. My granddaddy would be sitting there, talk black to me, somebody. My mama would watch, my grandmama, y'all ain't hearing me today. The whole family was sitting there watching WW. I didn't know till about some years later. Oh, this ain't real?
Nope. It's a game. And I'm going to leave it there. You guys can watch the full video.
Yep, this is pretty much over. So, yeah, I don't feel sorry for Joy Reid whatsoever. What say you?
Better not let me catch you feeling sorry for her. Let me find out. It's some ABTs for Joy and Reid. Come fight you.
Nah.
No, for me.
That's going to happen. You know what? Let's look at believe it or not, Nameless Protagonist went live tonight, so we're going to take a peek in on him. Let's see.
No. Basically, that's like things like TikTok and YouTube work. Okay, the videos work, right? It's not because they've done something new. What they did is rebrand old shit. Okay,
that's what I mean by the television model. So
no. Listen to me for a second, okay?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Okay, what is the first form of communication?
Generally speaking, touch.
Sound, right? Voice, right? How do you relate? How do you relay information from one person to the next, right?
Thanks for having
the old
me.
griot, the storyteller,
All right,
right?
so man, have a good night.
They held your history, right? Okay, so all you did was take the griot and put him on YouTube, or take the griot, put him on TikTok. Okay, the highest form of learning.
And don't worry, we're going to get to Zelenskyy and Trump a little bit later.
Okay.
Right. So the storytelling is the ultimate form of communication transfer. No. Oh yeah. I'm with you. But I was saying the television was doing that, but it's the radio, I guess.
It's the old. All you're doing is doing what? Taking the old form and put it into a new environment and new technology. That's all you're doing.
Yep.
That's why it works so well.
Yeah, I agree. So what I mean though is there's some additional modalities that are now being stacked on top of that. So I'll give you an example of why I isolated alpha and beta.
Okay.
The iPad children.
Mm-hmm.
So the key thing is, and this is why I said touch, maybe this is debatable, right? But I think there's neurological differences between children who grow up before the internet and having immediate interaction with technology when they're still neurologically forming versus these kids that are not even 2 years old and they can navigate the touchpad to get to programs and apps that they want to see.
Mm-hmm.
You understand what I'm saying? I don't know if it ends up being a this and or it becomes a this or. So when we talk about the potential downsides, what they're introducing is an intermediary between two people in communication.
Okay.
So
you already seeing it with the Generation Z going into the workforce.
I agree. And what I mean is that was them having a hybrid upbringing similar to younger millennials. So what I'm saying is with Generation Alpha and Beta, they got that out the gate. That's what I want to see happens as they go into adolescence and get older.
I got grandchildren that are alphas, okay?
Right.
And the thing is, why do you think you have to dumb down the curriculum?
Facts. So that's what I mean about the regression. Like the technology gets more advanced, but
what what you're doing is regressing people back to their native state by doing this. Okay. People have been, even though it's a bit network and you have more to see and more to do, blah, blah, blah. Guess what you're doing? You're not really reading, which is the highest form of knowledge transfer that we come up with so far. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
You go regressing back to the original form of transfer, which is voice, and maybe pictures, right? Because what did Griot do? He get up and he act it out and he vocalized it, right? What you see on YouTube, TikTok.
Very true. A lot of people don't understand the first forms of language were actually it wasn't written with letters or anything. It was pictographs and ideographs. Pictograph is it's pretty much an actual picture of something, and then you have the ideographs, which represents the idea of something. The idea of something. And they teach you that kind of stuff in typography, and where our alphabet actually comes from. The Greek learned from Phoenicians. That's the true origin of our alphabet. In fact, the Phoenicians, if I'm not mistaken, had an A that was that looked a little funny. But let's go back to Nameless and BGS.
Please, this is interesting.
Mm-hmm.
On over people's heads that is just, it's insane. The type of data they're able to extrapolate and figure out.
They basically, the people collecting it don't know exactly what to do with it because it's too much.
Man, they're at a point now where they can tell by your search history and what you buy that the algorithm is so sophisticated now that it's able to start making predictions as to whether or not women are pregnant sometimes.
No, if you have enough data points and enough examples as a human being, you can do the same thing. Okay, if you have enough data points, okay,
True.
you can tell. If a human being can tell with a small subset of people, guess what an algorithm can do with billions of people?
It becomes a legit oracle.
All it is a database. Okay, I got this is maybe 20 points. Okay, throw it into the database and see what comes out. You're going to come out with a segment of people. Okay. And then you refine that from there down to the point where you almost know the person, okay, by culture, by language, by search history, blah, 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 even down to the point where they live.
Yeah, man, some of these algorithms.
Hit the Cash App, support the show. The Nameless and BGS tax are in effect.
Having to say anything.
Of course. So if a human being can do it, the algorithm can too.
Excuse me, Name.
If you think about a database, it's not that hard.
Yeah, I think the comment here highlights exactly what I was talking, and that's what they're being used for that, so they can start advertising stuff. It's hilarious, man.
Yeah.
But a neighbor, I think, were you gonna say something? Go ahead. I didn't mean to cut you off.
Well, first of all, I gotta give props to Monset Noir for his name. That's very kick-ass. Billy Flench, Monset Noir. Like you said, they've been screening for people with autism because they're looking for people like this for certain situations. You asked what the trade-offs were. I remember a certain similar thing. They said they were looking in the case of major corporations. They were trying to recruit people who had the telltale signs of ASPD, aka antisocial personality disorder. You guys know what that is, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, sociopathy, psychopathy, and whatnot. But and what do you think of the trade-off of that? Sometimes they don't consider the trade-offs. They just look at the
you're a cog in a freaking wheel, man. Just like anything else, okay? And that's the way they're treating you now. But they're gonna put you where you're most effective for the task at hand.
That's the theme going forward, man. Hyper specialization.
Yeah,
it really is. Hyper specialization and being able to operate in a world where your baseline defaults are already accounted for through either automation, AI, or entry-level fourth industrial technologies. The good news is that does free you to come up with higher level executive expressions of these things. But
very true.
If you're not starting that from the beginning and you're trying to live life on autopilot, man, it's gonna be I won't say it's rough, but
80% of people live their life on what? Autopilot.
Man, it's gonna be. But you know what? I guess for some people, it's comfortable for them to have a slave hut with Wi-Fi and AC. You know what I'm saying? They got access to Amazon.
Mm-hmm.
They're comfortable that way. I guess that's the majority of people. I'm not going to judge that, but man, it's crazy looking at what the other end of that spectrum looks like with all of this freaking creative potential. The other side of that is insane.
The thing is, can the potential that we exhibit be used in a manner that will enhance whatever the needs of society or that particular industry?
BGS, they're muting you.
Are they?
Oh boy.
Yeah, you're going in and out. You're going in and out. In and out.
Yep.
So you have to. Most people want to. Okay, that's why you have to get rid of morals. Okay, especially when you're looking at this. Okay, what's your specialty and where would you be best put, and that will tell you exactly where they're going to put you. What the aim is. Okay, you don't put a pacifist in the middle of a war.
No.
Oh hell no.
Well,
because that's not what you need him for.
Mm-hmm.
Nope. Put them in logistics. Watch the magic happen.
Watch the magic happen. Yeah.
You don't want to put a pyromaniac in as a forest ranger, for that matter.
You do not. That's the whole thing. Every personality, God, the universe creates people for specific needs. Okay. There's no unwanted people. The thing is, can you match the need with that personality? And that's the difficult part.
That's exactly what a hive does, believe it or not.
Yes, it does. or a small tribe, right?
Yeah.
You're born in a small tribe, they figure out what you do best and they assign that task to you.
Not only that, man, they've already got you astrologically figured out for you get there. So your whole line of training is generally set up.
Yeah.
Yeah. So they got a good idea. What's that whole meme? During births, the old school phrasing is, who's returned.
Yes.
So
return of an old spirit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, man.
There's
like something to that
concept of reincarnation. Some people are destined to become certain, or they talk about destiny. How certain people are destined to become this, that, and the third. Like a person could be destined to become a healer. If they try to go against that, they may end up, having their lives destroyed in the process by the spirits.
A sociopath would be a CEO. Psychopaths would not. Psychopaths are destructive.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, and see, that's the whole thing that in commoditization and industrialization and doing all of this in isolation to have people fit one mold, it soft selects for psychopathy, and that's where you run into. You don't want a bunch of people being sociopaths in your society.
No.
If it's democratic, you just don't want that.
You don't want
and
that. No.
That's the trend. And that's the key to the point that you're mentioning here, BGS, man. Like AI probably is going to be really good at identifying that and slotting people for what they're kind of best at.
Yeah.
And that's how societies have generally been successful. But I wish people would take that a little bit more serious, man, because there's no such thing as greater than, lesser than. There's just best at. And that's the strength of humanity, quite frankly, in my subjective opinion. The fact that there's so many ways that you can get a stable human being and it functions and they're not exactly the same.
True.
So if you aggregate us all together, our capacity to understand the bigger picture is profound. But the key to that is communicating. And not getting the idea that one perspective is better than the other. It's just different. Being able to mobilize it to a goal.
The things with this many people that you see a lot of replication similarities. So you don't need exactly one person, okay? Because that person is similar enough to another group of people. That's why they put people in groups that are similar.
Mboto Mpangi fam. I didn't see you in my freaking browser is just hiding y'all. So if you've been sitting there and I didn't see you, that's why, man. My fault. Mbote.
Mbote Mpangi. No, I just arrived I just came in the back because of the comment you highlighted, and to go in line actually with both the hive and the specialization of societies. Many years ago, when I was discussing with my friends in the craft, I was telling them that in line with what we're seeing, nameless, with the cybernetic universe attempting to replicate what was in the mystery systems, but in a more material way. Normally, in a proper initiative society, you are able to determine what is the purpose of each individual which is born, which is referred to as each one's logos, one's personal legend. You're able to draft the line mathematically with the numbers. That's what they say. Numbers are the lot of the universe, but they're also the verb of the divine. Each one has a chart which is referred to as the legba, the so-called serpent, snake. It is the whole constellation. You are able to determine precisely what is your purpose in this existence, why you were born, who you're supposed to associate with, your enemies, your falling points, everything in a mathematical charts to very, very precisely. And in this way, if you're able to chart each individual that is born, you can organize a society in accordance to the mission for which individual is present on Earth. But in the material ways that this AI society is doing, they're able to determine they might be able to impose a purpose of each individual and lock them in the ways that the architects of a new society would determine it to be. In such societies, you might be locked, maybe imprisoned into the predetermined roles that the architects would have specialized for you, which may be actually different than what you were actually specialized to be by the source of all things. Which is why it might be more advantageous to go to the most ancient ways rather than specialize it through maybe an AI. But it might be that the AI might determine the specialization is more in accordance with the proper oracle. But who are the ones who are devising the AI? That is the question.
And that's why, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, Gilgami, I infer that for, especially when we get into the shadows of Babylon, those people who came out of Babylon to the continent and helped establish a lot of these patterns, I see matriarchal sphere, patriarchal sphere, balancing each other out, ruled by a circle of elders and an elected chief. And it's the children that are constantly being reunited first with the circle of elders that determine that, so that those that are in the peripheral of that organization can get their proper assignment and designation and in the proper training so that they can support the general goal of the tribe. You understand what I'm saying?
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. For example, let's say that in the lower phase of incarnation, you were born to a specific sign. Maybe those of the Scorpio sign, of the Taurus sign. They are supposed to be, at least in the Congo tradition, and the Congo tradition shed light on what was said maybe in the Bible. They are supposed to be a cast of, let's say, trainers, teachers who are specialized in the path of the Scorpio, in which you begin the path of the Scorpio and gradually you're supposed to evolve into the other phases. That if for someone initiating the Congo tradition would say that's what it means about the so-called 12 tribes. Not necessarily that there are 12 people, 12 sons, but there are actually 12 incarnations. You are incarnated, at least in the zodiacal level, into a specific sign, and then gradually you're supposed to know thyself to that phase, and then learn gradually about the other signs which also lie within you. Even if you have
exactly how martial arts works.
Yep. Yeah. But basically, the mathematical stuff is basically over 100,000 years. They form a database, okay, just like AI does, okay. And so, if you, by the position of planets, there's certain energies that hit you when you're conceived, and if you do that long enough, patterns start to show up.
And shout out to gravitational waves, which validates that point, because you got some folks that want to try to they want to try to dunk on that, but gravitational waves demonstrated that's a thing.
And what people try to dunk on it, but the thing is, that's like you can't listen to pedestrians. Okay.
No, it's not
Fair
actually. If you listen to the most, well, if you're in contact with those societies, you will come to something that tends to be almost invariable. The highest chiefs of orders, they all tend to be mathematicians. They will all tell you, no,
but they're drawn on They're drawn on a database that goes back 100,000 years because these patterns show up. Okay, so that when they go look at you and they go look at your chart, they're comparing it against a pattern that maybe go back 10, 20, 30,000 years. Okay, so according to this pattern that we've seen over the past 30,000 years, this kid being born at this time, this particular hour with these positions of planets should act like this. Okay,
right.
That's where the math comes in.
And what's interesting to see is because society has streamlined in this commoditized modality, starting with the industrialization period, particularly, the 1890s going forward. I mean, it's punished people for having anything that digresses from a very specific kind of model. And I highly
really like the slave farms and
man,
that's where it comes from.
So it's crazy, man. Like the big obvious point is a lack of posturing for those that should be getting their initiatory training in, for lack of a better term, I'm gonna say shamanism. But those who are trained to look downstream, there's no role for people like this anymore. So if you're born like this, and you should be getting a completely different type of socialization. If you don't get forced into the standardized classroom, you get labeled with having some sort of learning disorder or, some kind of attention deficit situation going on. You know what I'm saying? It's unfortunate because that whole section's not being utilized by the culture now.
Because you're a cog, you're a machine supposed to fit into a part. Okay. That you fit into a system. Okay, that's what the bigger the system, the more you're going to get lost because there has to be a place for you to fit in a smaller group, a smaller tribe. Okay, every person in the tribe counts. Okay, that's the whole thing about a small tribe. Every kid that survives and born counts. You got the person has to be useful for something for the try to survive. Right, when you this big conglomerate of people where people are actually expendable, then there's a different choice. Okay, there's
exactly.
They gotta be useful to the group.
Useful useful to where the society says that you're useful. If you don't fit into a slot in the society, okay, especially if you have enough people and not enough redundancy, you're going to get cast aside, just like any other machine culture.
And so the first folks to get cut typically got a Y chromosome, and I think that's the unfortunate part people kind of aren't really giving enough credit to.
Because Y chromosomes don't produce what? Babies.
Eggs.
Yeah.
They're talking about that right now with the antenatal shit, okay? What happens if you don't produce enough children? The women don't play their role. What happens to your society? It dies.
And that's a big, that's we got to do the follow up on that, BGS. So I'm about ready to have that follow up so we can dead that conversation about folks really not giving enough credit to what's really pushing these executive decisions and interventions. I'm not even going to get into whether or not it was planned or not, but people have not made the correlation of fertility, and the bottom line is there's just not enough people.
I mean, the thing is, just like anything else, right? Your model of society, your model of finance is constructed on an ongoing model, right? And when something disrupts that model, guess what happens to the model?
Man, it starts catastrophically collapsing.
It implodes. That's what Swackers. Why are you saying Trump and Doge are doing what they're doing, right? Because the model that you were using for the past 70 years is collapsing.
Yeah, man. And that old order is just really revealing how it used a lot of the federal government just as it's a freaking money laundering scheme.
Pretty much, yes.
So if you're going to change the model to something else, you got to go to this whole, North American Union style self-autonomous sort of thing. it's not going to look like the way you used to seeing business done the last 70 years.
I mean, what are your options? Basically, just like anything else. Okay?
They don't have none, and that's the point.
You've been in the military, right? Your military is environment first, right? What ground are we fighting? Is it water? Is it swamp? Is it desert? Is it in the city? And now, okay, now we have the environment. Okay, now what are our options? Okay, in other words, when the environment shifts, you got to change your plan, right?
Yes.
So we're on desperate ground right now, and the important part about desperate ground is that when you run out of options on desperate ground, you don't have any other option but to fight.
Yes.
And I think that's the problem people are running into, where
fight or negotiate.
Well, but the problem is the negotiation is a feint because they're still on desperate ground. So what's happening is people are buying into the false opening and they're walking into a kill zone. And that's how you defeat people on desperate ground. You never fully surround your opponent. You always leave them a way out. And as they begin to take it, they don't engage with you 100%. And that's the whole concept of being on deadly ground. Well, specifically being on desperate ground that converts into deadly ground. They have figured out, or the action now is the decision to fight. And that's fighting on every economic level to gain that independence to preserve itself.
If you don't leave your opponent, and that's what the Chinese Sun Tzu said, you got to leave your enemy an avenue to escape. Unless you want to, for it costs you more lives just to fight the person because they're desperate then, because it'll cost you more.
Especially like in a siege or something like that.
That's exactly what we're talking about. So, so people aren't understanding that we are actually on desperate ground.
Yes.
It's like people who don't understand quicksand. Like if you don't understand quicksand and you've got both feet in about 6 inches deep into the quicksand, you don't realize how bad things are about to get as you stand there with this heavy pack surrounded by a bunch of other people who are also in the quicksand.
Oh, yeah.
You need to secure a rope or something to get you out of there ASAP. And if you got people like, man, I'm good, you know, okay. That's the fertility reproductive issue going on now. It is creating desperate ground all over the industrial first world, and they are completely clueless, the average person, to this.
That's part of the problem with not informing your populace, and let them make the decision, because they might say, okay, I'm willing to let the society die. I think a lot of you women are. They're willing to let it die.
Shout out to 4B, right? But that's them. There's a lot of people that want to move forward, and their argument is, well, it's too expensive.
You have it here about with abortion, right? Abortion rights and antenatal and childless female. They don't care.
Yeah, the child free movement. They
don't care. I'm going to survive just fine until my old age without children, and that's the way they see it until they don't. Okay.
Well, one thing that shocks me is looking at everything that's happening. I mean, would you not keep that to yourself, or at least tone it down? I mean, you can't read the room. Like these chicks are getting even louder.
Yes.
What do you do with?
Yes.
I don't know.
If a society decides to commit suicide, what do you do?
I mean, again, this is another shout out to Dr. John Calhoun's work. Like, this is just par for the freaking course. The frustrating part is we can intervene and stop this, but the bottom line ends up being, if a woman doesn't want to have a child and she's got an option to abort, she's gonna do it.
The only way you can intervene with this is change the environment of the creatures that are inside it. If Calhoun at a certain point just released these mice back into the wild, they would revert.
They revert. They would, and that was the key. There was nowhere to go. So if you can provide more options, which ultimately is what I see the overall strategy is with what the current administration is doing. They have made, especially Elon's big on this. He was the main one I ever heard in the mainstream media willing to talk about the situation in Japan, for example, and then link that to the global fertility rate. But then all people could do was extrapolate some sort of eugenics agenda behind that, failing to realize that, this is an actual big thing. There's not enough people to pay the taxes. as it stands, you need people and human capital to support your state.
Yes.
No people, no state.
Yes,
It's that
yes.
simple. And people have not drawn that simple line that, you know, and I guess maybe this was the shift in culture. It used to be seen that having children was considered a civic duty. So what's gone on with this idea of civic duty? It seems to have gone out the window in the 60s.
I mean, when you separate culture from need, then it's gonna eventually erode over time. That's what it's done. It's eroded. Okay, I don't need it. Okay, in agrarian society, you need as many kids as possible.
Yep.
That's when you don't need them.
Yep. And so these changes are happening faster than the technology that's available to actually offset a lot of that stuff. Like, I think this works in a category 1 on the Kardashev scale, but we're not anywhere near there yet. We're approaching it. We just don't have the technology to offset all of this yet. And so I think that's the issue. If we had another 100 years to go like normal and really bring this technology out, then I could see that.
It's there. It's just the moral reasons they won't produce it. It's there.
I get it. I'm just mean it's not the standard SOP operating procedure everywhere yet. I'm not talking about our capacity. I mean, it's not rolled out. We're doing it now yet.
The thing is, it won't be done by us. It'll be done by the state.
Right. That it's for a myriad of reasons they've elected for. We're not at that Kardashev one yet. Part of it is it's that tug of war between profit getting in the way of progress. For a lot of things, right?
And there's still too many people that will rebel against the idea.
Yep. And then the social acceptance piece, because you still got folks that think aging, for example, some think of it as a disease that can be cured, and other folks look at it as something that natural thing that should just happen.
So where have we heard this before?
Right. Yeah, we know what happens to that.
Human nature does not change. Okay.
It really does.
That's when you look at it, it's just you shake your head. That's why when I look at world events right now, it's just okay, given the environment, what would a human being do? And 9 times out of 10 is correct. Okay. You see them make a move. Okay, I know what you're doing. Okay. And I know. Well, now you're getting desperate. Now you're working on hope now, because you fucked up. Okay. And I'm willing to say that you're wrong. You know you fucked up. You don't want to actually, just like Zelenskyy. Okay. I don't want to be wrong. I'm hoping that.
Don't worry, we're still going to get to that video.
I can pull through this. Okay.
No, you can't.
This guy, man. We talked about that earlier. Yeah, man.
Well, the elephant in the room, and I'm not sure if I should put this here on your channel, is white supremacy does not want to die.
No, it's in the way now. And I think he figured that out when they talked to Trump. And I think they're going to be very surprised to see the non-traditional, non-congruent angles that administration takes against that.
If you listen to him, and I just heard Jeffrey Sachs say it, okay, he was actually giving a speech to I forget to whom, right? Okay, you'll hear this a lot. It's called realist, okay? And that's why I suggested.
Yeah, you made this suggestion, Amir. I got the book on Amazon on the way.
And you're going to hear this a lot. You heard it from Sachs. You hear it from your generals. You hear it from Hexas. You hear it from Vance. And eventually you're going to hear it out of Trump's mouth, okay, about realist, okay? Just get ready for it.
Yeah, people are still stuck on that Daughters of the Confederacy sort of rhetoric, like it's there, but they've made a decision. It's like you can hold on to this and die on that hill, or you could just go ahead and progress it and rule through technology and strength. And
the British Empire died over 100 years ago. Guess what they still believe in?
Yeah, that same modality that they're trying, kicking and screaming.
Starmer thinks they can force the United States to do something that they can't. Because we're British. We run the empire. They have to bow to our.
No, we don't.
We have to persuade them next to bow.
The hell we do? Hell no, we don't.
No, Chief. It doesn't work that way anymore.
And that's interesting, seeing the old energy being revived between the United States and Russia when it specifically comes to that point.
One, you got a president that's not part of the British club. Okay,
Yep.
because he's
Yep.
oppression. Okay,
Yep.
And so is he has a lot more in common with Putin than he does with the UK. Okay, which
Yep.
which is one reason they didn't want him to be president.
Yep.
Especially for a second time, is because he's not with the club, and so now he's willing. He doesn't have his loyalty is not to the UK or to to Western Europe. Period. Right.
Yep.
So
You
his
don't have to
loyalty's
play that game.
you
And
don't
that's
play
why I
that
was
game.
telling people to pay attention to what's happening with the CIA right now. Because that's where you start your rabbit hole search. And I'm speaking, excuse me, for people in the playback that kind of want to get an understanding of what's being talked about without being said openly. Just pay attention to what Tulsi Gabbard and what's the dude that's in the FBI now?
Kashi, what's in the Kashi?
Cash.
Yeah, it's Cash. Okay.
Yeah, man. The lids being popped open off of all of that, and they're kicking and screaming, trying to shut that down. And they're about to.
When Trump got shot in the ear, you knew this was coming.
Yeah.
You unleashed the Joker. Okay, basically that was his villain origin story when he got shot in the ear.
Yeah, and I think that's the whole issue now, man. Like he's crashing out in a way that is against the establishment, in a way that Bill Cooper. All you gotta do is go listen to Bill Cooper. Just look at what Bill Cooper's talking about the on the pale horse.
On the pale, he got murked for that. So
that's what I'm saying. So like all the information he was talking about, all of those, I would have never guessed a situation like this could have ever happened. And I don't think people get how hugely unprecedented this line of events is and the type of ducks and barriers that are being removed for this to happen. I don't think they get how monumental this is.
Because it wasn't supposed to happen. And while he's still sane and while he's still alive, go listen to Steve Bannon. Okay.
Oh yeah.
Before they shut him up. Because they're gonna shut him up eventually. But seeing while he's still around, running his mouth, listen to what he's saying. Sometimes it doesn't make sense, but if you listen carefully and parse it out, he's giving you the playbook.
Oh yeah. And that's what I keep talking about, this window of opportunity where fam, we're now officially the empire. People haven't gotten the message yet, but there's opportunities with that. If you play your cards right, you posture yourself correctly, we're getting a window that never was supposed to be there.
No, it wasn't.
Never supposed to be.
It was divinely in. What did the Biden say to Trump? Why'd you move your head?
Oh man, divine intervention or something, man.
Yeah.
We got somebody was messing with the timeline, like, bruh, nah.
Yeah, baby. You ain't
That's
shit.
what that was.
You ain't shit.
Man, we had a whole timeline shift on this one, man. So
you did.
Blame it on the guardian angel.
You better taking advantage of that, man.
Yeah, that's what I said. Sit back, man. I told people, I told when it happened, it's over. I said 2024, you will never see a political event like that. In 2025, economically, you won't see anything like it. Okay. So far, I've been correct about just the first month. Never seen anything like this. Not in America.
BGS is always right.
Not always, but enough.
Man, the writing was on the wall.
Completely wrong.
I told y'all to buckle up.
Can you be completely wrong?
It was. It's called Kansas City versus Philadelphia. I was completely wrong.
Oh, you ain't shit on that one. Oh, you ain't shit.
Yeah. I was wrong. Yeah. I mean, 100% wrong. In fact, I said, I look at the game and say, why are you niggas trying to embarrass me like this?
So BJ, when you're wrong, do you ever, I don't know if anybody asked for an apology when you're wrong?
Apology. Whether I'm right or wrong, if I actually hurt somebody unintentionally, I always apologize. Okay. I don't care if I'm right. Okay. Because my intent is not to hurt people. Okay. So say if I hurt your feelings unintentionally, okay, I will apologize because I hurt you. Wrong. So that's when I apologize.
Well,
yeah, our whole thing is
I didn't get an apology from you because I just want to say I didn't get an apology from you.
Because you needed the belt. No apologies for.
You didn't hear what I was going to say. You didn't hear what I was going to say.
I don't apologize to my grandson and my kids when they need the belt. Okay, I didn't apologize.
That's not what I was going for.
That's not what I was going for. I thought you Southern, man. I thought you know the switcher. You know the switcher. The switcher. they call it, the switcher.
Switches is for kids under 4. Okay, a switch to a kid over 5 is not gonna do shit.
Yeah, cause you know you have the old Southern woman that said, "Get that branch to me."
Yeah, I mean, basically for a adult, for a kid over 5, a switch.
Thank you, Aquateki, for the cash. Cha-ching, 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 cha-ching. You better thank your donors.
If you don't want to hurt a kid, you start disciplining early. So by the time they get to be 5 or 6, you don't have to put hands on them, because if they get up to above the age of 7, you're probably going to hurt them. Okay, so it's best to put discipline in them early, like a switch on a baby's hand, a baby that's like 1 year old, when they're doing the touching hot soap on there, it stings, but it's not going to hurt them. But they remember that. So by the time they get to be 5, they remember that sting, and all it needs is a look. Like my grandson, I haven't spanked my grandson since he was 2, maybe, and he's 12. So I think I spanked my son maybe 3 times. Okay. Once he got past the age of 2, maybe 3 times. Okay. So basically, for the most part, my kids can tell you, I very, as far as discipline, I very seldom hit them. Very seldom.
Yeah. The apology I was asking for was when I said you kind of hurt my childhood with the thumbnail you had from one of your videos. The one with the chick with the afro and the DeLorean.
Oh, okay. Why did it hurt your childhood?
Because I was like, that was an insult to all of us that way. As fucked up as the 2016 Ghostbusters movie was an insult to my childhood. I was like, what the hell?
Because I was kind of trying to compare cars to females, right? And I kind of car I could think of, which is the DeLorean Back to the Future, right? So you put a chick in the car, you're gonna compare cars to females. It lined up perfectly.
Well, it could have been like somebody better, I was thinking somebody,
Like who?
I want like a Jodie Whiteley, or maybe somebody.
The bitch car came out of that car was fine as fuck. Those cartoon was she was fine as fuck.
She needed an afro pick. That's what I would say. I would argue.
No, that's where afros look. Especially back then.
I think she needed an afro pick, sir. But yeah, you remember the picks back in the day?
Well, you're that's because you're African and you're not American and all this. So that's true, because where I'm from, like in the lowlands, brothers had the froze, traditional froze, and they would have the pick in there. Yeah, we you know what, we that came from the 70s. We don't do that anymore. Okay, I had one of those. Okay.
Shit, I did before I got my locks. But then again, where I was at in DC, I was surrounded by the Ethiopian diaspora. They're everywhere.
Yeah, but the thing is, in the 70s, the 60s, and 70s, with the Black Power Afro, the pick with the fist.
I had with the pick and the peace sign, fam. I was pissing them folks off at work with that.
Yeah, because it's a rebellious symbol. That's why.
Well, my mom grew up in. Let me not say that. Let me not date that. I'll just say that she was around when they were on that type of time. So her ideology kind of rubbed off with regard to that. My grandma was on that type of time too. So it was real common. We got pictures of them all over the house with the froze just like that.
Yeah.
So
the Angela Davis afro.
I don't know, Aquatech.
Yeah. I mean, they tried to really pin me at work because they were claiming that my fro was distracting. They wanted to write me up.
Was it the Ethiopians who were complaining about it, or what?
No, at my job. So I work for the government. So they were complaining because their whole argument is your hair can't touch your 2 inches below the collar. So my fro got so big that they were saying it was a distraction. So that ended up being a big reason why I locked it. Yeah, they were trying to find a reason to write me up. It's hilarious.
Yeah. Fro is actually a sign of rebellion for Black folks.
They got very uncomfortable when I had my fro, man. They really got scared.
Okay. Should have walked in with some platforms.
Should have walked in with a black beret and a leather jacket.
Yeah, leather jacket, some platforms, and the fro and the black power pick. Yeah. Oh yeah. Do it right.
Oh, speaking of which, I gotta mention this. in Eritrea, there's
Also,
an ethnicity
closing
called the
comments
Saho.
after that, fam, because it's
All right.
it's 12 here now. So
All right. Traditionally, this, like I said, most tribes had some form of an afro going back, to the ancient times. So they had the fro pick. But there was this one group called the Saho. That's Saho. They're a Cushitic group, and the warriors traditionally had their hair like that, a fro, but at the back they had dreadlocks. Kind of had like how some guys used to, like in the 80s, used to have like a kind of flat top, and they had like a rat tail in the end. They used to have like dreads at the back like that instead. It was kind of interesting. You should look that up, Nameless. Interesting styles they had back then. You could have gotten inspiration that way, but hey, something to look at. Also, I've seen guys with fros and everything, but anyway.
I mean, I would go to the Ethiopian shop, right? So you'd see it in the pictures and the art that'll be in the stores.
Wait, are you sure it wasn't Eritrea? Because we had different textures and whatnot,
It's the same.
No, it's
group.
it's the
same group. Y'all
I don't want to insult you by saying that. I don't want to insult you by saying that, but listen,
they are
the way
group.
The meme is that y'all be eating injera with spaghetti and shit. So like,
no, that's the Somalis, but yeah.
So that's the way.
Right, damn it. I'm just kidding. We're gonna have this conversation when we go offline.
It's like a billion Chinese with 50 different groups, but the same fucking group. Come on now, it's gonna be very similarity. You're not West Africans, okay? That's a completely different group, okay?
They're true. Very true, very true. So, anyway,
so I say Eritrea, blah blah blah. Yeah, I know, but you basically the same indigenous group for the most part, okay?
Hey, shout out to the Afar.
Afar is a Kushit. That's who the Saho is actually closely related to. In fact, they can understand each other to a point. But anyway,
that's who everybody thought I was belonging to, because when I had my fro, everyone was always asking me if I was Afar.
You know what you should have done? You should have had you you know what you should have done? Maybe you should
showed up there with no shirt on and a freaking AK-47 with no shoes.
Sounds like warriors.
No, that's not where I was going. You could have had like.
Don't do that, Nameless. Nah.
No, what I was thinking is some people have like these fake dentures for Halloween and such.
Oh yeah, they do the sharpen. No, the women do that,
they
right?
Sharpen their
sharp teeth.
No, the men. No, the men sharpen their teeth. They file their front incisors.
Don't do that, bro. Don't do that.
They be out there looking like somebody from freaking Naruto.
I know.
It's sharp dude. No, I've seen some women do that too, man. Because some Afar worked where I was at, and so yeah, they'd be in there.
Y'all hit my Cash App and support the show. Hit the super chat, support the show. All y'all not entertained, and we're not done yet. Once he's finished,
off first.
I came late to the show, but for many months I was looking for you, Nameless. It was actually to share one of the things I was finding out on the research on the Calhoun effect when you condense two large populations into a smaller space. Yes. What I figured out when interrogating the elders in my research is that one of the ways actually in Imperial Africa to diminish such an effect was, especially in Western Africa and Central Africa, was when for some cities and towns reached a certain degree of populations, they forced the migration of other populations to another area specifically.
Wait, is that how you actually get the idea of Bantu in general?
It's part of the reasons. That's why actually all the cities tend to be, when stretched around one another, they tend to from the upper side to be spread into fractal ways, even between different kilometers when the cities are apart. And that's really one of the reasons why, when, for example, the Europeans were coming on the coast of Africa, they observed there were few large cities and a series of many villages, despite the Africans having the technology to build larger cities. The reason being that they figured out that once a population reaches a certain threshold, the behavioral sinks kicks in. So once it was coming close to certain populations, they forced the populations to migrate to a very specific area, which is one of the problems that Calhoun was observing in the mouse experiments, that the population of mice and rats were clustering in specific area instead of spreading, despite having enough resources.
Equally, right.
Exactly.
So that must explain then some of the architectural designs for the major cities, such as Benin. In fact, we
Exactly.
gotta study Benin, man.
Shout out to the nameless protagonist, but I want to cover. He's almost finished anyway, but I want to cover the Trump Zelenskyy meeting, not just little part you saw, the whole meeting. We're going to be watching the whole meeting. So let me pull up my playlist here. And we're going to be going to the full meeting between Zelenskyy, JD Vance, and the president.
Well, thank you very much. It's an honor to have President Zelenskyy of Ukraine. And we've been working very hard, very close. So we've actually known each other for a long time. We've been dealing with each other for a long time and very well. We had negotiations,
Okay.
but that worked out great. I think for both countries, I think for the world, actually, beyond both countries. And we have something that is a very fair deal. And we look forward to getting in and digging and working and getting some of the rare earth. But it means we're going to be inside, and it's a big commitment from the United States, and we appreciate working with you very much. And we will continue to do that. We have had some very good discussions with Russia. I spoke with President Putin, and we're going to try and bring this to a close. It's something that you want and that he wants. We have to negotiate a deal, but we've started the confines of a deal, and I think something can happen. The big thing is the number of soldiers, mostly at this point, but soldiers being killed. You're losing thousands of soldiers. So on both sides, we're losing a lot of soldiers, and we want to see it stop. And we want to see the money get put to different kinds of use, like the rebuilding. And we're going to be working very hard. But we've had a lot of very good conversations. I will say until we came along, the Biden administration didn't speak to Russia whatsoever. They didn't speak to anybody. They just allowed this to continue. And I will say that, I'll say in front of you, you've heard me say it 1,000 times. If I were president, this war would have never happened. We would have had a deal negotiated for you without having to go through what you've gone through.
Yeah, more than likely.
But your soldiers have been unbelievably brave. We've given them great equipment, but somebody has to use the equipment. They've been unbelievably brave. And we give them great credit. This was supposed to be over very quickly, and here we are 3 years later. So I give tremendous credit to your generals and your soldiers and yourself in the sense that it's been very hard fighting, very tough fighting. They're great fighters, and you have to be very proud of them from that standpoint. But now we want to get it over with. It's enough, right? We want to get it over with. So it's an honor to have you here. Thank you very much for coming. We're going to sign the agreement at the conference in the East Room in a little while, right after lunch. And we'll be having lunch together. We're also discussing some other things. And we appreciate everybody being here. It's somewhat of an exciting moment, but the really exciting moment is when they stop the shooting and we end up with a deal. And I think we're fairly close to getting that. And an honor to have you. And please, I'd like to say something.
No, thank you so much, Mr. President. Thank you for invitation. And really, I hope that this first document will be a first step to real security guarantees for Ukraine, our people, our children. I really count on it. And of course, we count that America will not stop support. Really, for us, it's very important to support and to continue it. I want to discuss it with details further during our conversation, and of course the infrastructure or security guarantees, because for today I understand what Europe is ready to do, and of course I want to discuss with you what United States will be ready to do. And I really count on your strong position to stop Putin, and you said that enough with the war. I think that is very important, Ben, to say these words to Putin at the very beginning of war, because he is a killer and terrorist. But I hope that together we can stop him. But for us, it's very important to, to save our country, our values, our freedom and democracy, and of course, no compromises with the killer about our territories, but it will be later. And of course, what I wanted, we spoke about it by phone with you about the drones production. We have very good drones production. I think the best one in the world for today because of the war. Yes, and of course, we need very much the air defense. You have the best air defense in the world, and really you helped us under attacks of Russians. And I want to speak how we can exchange the licenses. We're open to share the licenses of all our drones with you, of course, with the United States. And we need licenses for quick production of air defense. Even after the war, we need our nation to be calm, that we're secure. So that's why we need this air shield. And of course, about this, I want to speak about the contingents. I think that France and UK already spoke to you, and we know that Europe is ready, but without the United States, they will not be ready to be as strong as we need. And the last point, last not least, about exchange, about our people and children. And you know that this crazy Russian, that they stolen 20,000 of children, Ukrainian children. They changed their names, they changed their families, relatives, and now they're in Russia. We want to bring them back, and really, it's a big dream, task, and goal for me, and our warriors. By the way, Mr. President, we released more than 4,000 warriors from Russian prison, but there are thousands more in the prison. I wanted to share with you some images. How it's. You have just can I now?
Yeah,
Have I?
please.
Some minute, 1 minute. Just you to understand in what circumstances, in what situation.
Now, notice how Zelenskyy is presenting all this stuff as Donald Trump is not the president of the United States and doesn't already know all this crap. Just saying. Let's continue.
They are and what the attitude of Russia to our prisoners. That guys, just you before and after. And you see before and after, just you to understand. Now thousands of such guys, ladies and men, there, and so they don't eat, they beat them, and they do a lot of bad things. So out of, even during the war, there are rules. Everybody knows there are rules during the war. So these guys, they don't have any rules. You see that 50, 60 kilograms left, and a lot of such things.
As if President Trump didn't see these videos, see these pictures already. Y'all like, share, subscribe, hit my Cash App, support the show. Hit the Super Chat, support the show. We're going through this full meeting.
And I didn't want to show you what the changes with images of children, because I will share with you. And I mean, it's looking tragic.
Yep, that's tough stuff.
I wanted very much to give you, and you see.
Yeah.
This is pastor, by the way. They stolen pastors because it's not Russian church. They stolen pastors and moved pastors to the prison. At the end of last year, we brought 3 pastors, and we could exchange them. And this is pastor, you see.
Yeah, it's tough.
Yeah. So I mean, this I wanted to show you, and this. So thank you very much.
We want to get that ended, right?
Yeah. Of course, we
And
want.
I think we will. And
We have to, of course.
do you have any questions, please?
Thank you, Mr. President. With the how much money is the U.S. going to put into the fund that is being created today, and how does this provide long-term security for Ukraine?
Well, we don't know exactly how much, because we're going to be putting some money in a fund that we're going to get from the raw earth that we're going to be taking and sharing in terms of revenue. So it's going to be a lot of money will be made from the sale and from the use of raw earth. And as you know, our country doesn't have much raw earth. We have a lot of oil and gas, but we don't have a lot of the raw earth. And what we do have is protected by the environmentalists, but that can be unprotected. But still, it's not very much. They have among the best in the world in terms of raw earth. So we're going to be using it for all of the things we do, including AI and including weapons and the military. And it's really going to very much satisfy our needs. So it's something that just worked out really well. We have a lot of oil and we have a lot of gas. We have a lot, but we don't have raw earth. So this has just about every component of the raw earth that we need for computers, for all of the things we do.
And
This puts us in great shape.
And on long-term security for Ukraine. How does this provide?
I think they're going to have great luck. I think once we make the agreement, that's going to be 95% of it. They're not going to go back to fighting. I've spoken with President Putin, and I feel very strong. I've known him for a long time, and I feel very strongly that they're very serious about it, and we'll make a deal. And when the deal is made, I don't think we talk about security. Everyone's talking about the other day. All they talked about was security. I said, let me make the deal first. I have to make.
Translation: we're not funding this war anymore, folks. Listen, pay attention. We're not funding this war anymore. That's what he's trying to tell you.
The deal first. I don't worry about security right now. We have to have a deal because right now, last week, 2,000 soldiers died on both sides. 2,000, and they're losing 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 a week. So as we sit here and we talk, people are getting.
What's going on, Sergeant?
What's up?
Going over the yeah, turn your feed off.
I'm done with this, bro.
Going over the full interview to give the full context of what happened a couple days ago now.
Shot and dying on the battlefield. And, you know, they're not American soldiers, but they're Russian soldiers and they're Ukrainian soldiers, and we want to be able to stop it.
Mm-hmm.
And we want to be able also to spend money on other things. We don't want to, this is a tremendous amount of money. And what the Biden administration did was terrible. They were giving money, but he had no security on the money. Europe, as you know, gave much less money, but they had security. It was in the form of a loan. They get their money back, and we didn't. And now, at least we're protected because the American taxpayer has to be protected too. But this is an incredible agreement for Ukraine because we have a big investment in their country now, and what they have, very few people have. And we're able to really go forward with very, very high-tech things and many other things, including weaponry that we're going to use in many locations, but that we need for our country. This allows us to do that.
I'm sorry.
Yes, go ahead, please.
If I can just, yes. In the document, there is one of the very important points if we speak about business and investment. We never had LNG terminals in Ukraine. This document will open. I mean, the next document, but anyway, here we see in the framework, we see really goodwill for this. LNG terminals for us is very important. And
go ahead.
What world leader ever comes to the White House and basically tactical gear?
None, if I'm not mistaken, none.
So you telling me this motherfucker who also got a $20 million fucking mansion in Mar-a-Lago couldn't buy a suit?
Well, you know.
The same motherfucker who says, I didn't get all the money.
That's what happens when you let a dementia patient run the country. You get leaders like this pulling up in here like that. I'm just saying.
And you got Trump looking at him like, yeah, you got the right motherfucker today.
Yep.
And AB, you one of my Facebook friends, right?
Yeah.
Go look on the post where, if you haven't seen it already, where I put a picture of this guy and Trump. And I said, this the same jackass that the last administration supported, who was hell-bent on starting World War III.
Yep.
And I had my boy who's an E9, Command Sergeant Major, another classmate who's an E8, and even my JROTC instructor who's an E7. The one who was the E9 agreed with everything I said. Matter of fact, he said the head chef town hall meeting and what me and Lewis was talking about, he said, dude, that was so in-depth. He said that was so in-depth, it sounded like you were at the war college. Shout out to Lewis for also his part as well. You're going to tell me that everybody's like, so you're going to side with a dictator? I don't have to side with somebody to say this nigga started it. The deal that you had was not to sign up with NATO because a motherfucker doesn't want missiles on their fucking front step.
Nope.
I said, look at it this way. What would the U.S. do if Russia or China put a missile base in Cuba?
Something like the Cuban Missile Crisis, which already happened. Oops.
We would invade Cuba so fast and have so many troops there that we would sink that fucking country into the water.
Yep.
So I look at this and people get mad and say, you're supporting it. No, just because I have a difference of opinion don't mean I got to support. But if you want me to tell you the truth, I'm going to tell you the truth. I mean, let's shout out to everybody here on the Saturday. Once again, on the Colosseum, we smoke our cigars.
Drink our liquor.
And we hang with our niggas.
Let's continue.
And I think for security of European continent, we have the biggest storage, gas storage. We have the biggest in Europe. Yes, and we can use it. Use it for LNG. Use it for LNG, and we will do it. And really, we can help Europe because Europe really helped. President Trump said that they made less support, but they are our friends and they are our very supportive partners. They really gave a lot, Mr. President. They did.
They gave a lot, but they gave much less.
No.
Much less.
No. No.
No. Okay.
Mr. President Trump, you have repeatedly called the deal with Ukraine as a historical one. And as a president of the United States, you make historical decisions in other issues which affect America and other world. So what place in the world history do you want to take? And do you associate yourself with any famous historical figures?
Yeah, I'd say George Washington, Abraham Lincoln. I would say I'm far superior to George Washington and Abraham Lincoln. Now, you know I'm only kidding, right? Because when I say that, the fake news is going to go wild. They're going to say he considers himself to be better than Washington. But you never know. You never know. I don't compare myself to anybody. I'm here to do a job. We've had a great 35 days or whatever it might be, a month, a little more than a month. We've accomplished tremendous amounts. Not only this would be a very great achievement if we could get the war stopped and get them back to normalization. I think that's going to happen. We've had very good talks on both sides, as you know. But
we're going to cover that in a little bit.
I think we've done a very good job, just generally. If you look at all of the things we've done in 30 days, they're saying there's never been a opening for a president. The first month, there's never been a first month like we've had. And this is one of the very important things. This, to me, is one of the most important things because we have tremendous death taking place as we speak. And
what did you say, Charles?
Believe it or not, he's actually not lying. When in the last 50, 20 years, you've seen a motherfucker take to the streets like this? I'm not even a Trump fan. Did I vote for him? Yes, but you got to give him the credit where he's due. Where whatever he said that he was going to do as soon as he get in office, he did.
Yes. Whether you like him or not.
Like it, love it, but you got to learn to respect it.
I don't want to have that. Think of the parents. Think of whether they're in Russia or Ukraine. of the parents of all these people being killed needlessly.
They came to our territory.
Should have never started. This would have, if I were president, this would have never started.
Mr. President, will you continue sending military aid to Ukraine after the U.S. signs this agreement with Ukraine?
Yeah, we're going to be
Question to
continuing.
President Zelenskyy. Do you feel like the U.S. is on your side? That the President Trump is on your side at this moment?
Lord.
What do you think?
He wants to know, do you think that, sort of a stupid question. I guess we wouldn't be
Agreed.
here if I wasn't.
I think that the United States on our side from the very beginning of occupation, and I think that President Trump on our side, and of course, I'm sure that United States President will not stop support. This is crucial for us. It's important for us. Yes. And Putin, the president, speaks about the people and the soldiers which are dying, but they came to our territory, they came to our land. They began this war, and they have to stop. And I think this is the question, with really the most important question. Can President Trump, I hope yes, with some other allies, to stop Putin, withdraw these enemies, our enemy, withdraw these troops from our land? And I think that you asked about the history, I think that if President, or when he will stop Putin, if President Trump will bring peace to our country, I think he will be on this wall.
We've had very, very good talks.
Military aid to Ukraine.
President Zelenskyy just said that there'll be no compromises with Vladimir Putin. I just wanted to ask both of you. Firstly, are there compromises that you think that President Zelenskyy is going to have to make? And President Zelenskyy, is there anything that you might be thinking that you may be able to offer or bring to the table, for example, elections? Thank you.
I think you're going to have to always make compromises. You can't do any deals without compromises. So certainly he's going to have to make some compromises, but hopefully they won't be as big as some people think you're going to have to make. That's all. That's all we can do. I'm here as an arbitrator, as a mediator to a certain extent between two parties that have been very hostile, to put it mildly. They've been very hostile. There's been a vicious war. There's been a vicious war. You know, it's a very level battlefield, and those bullets go out. And as I've said many times, we were talking about it with Pete, many times the only thing stopping those bullets is a human body. And in the case we're talking about, generally young human bodies are stopping a lot of bullets. It's dead level. That's why it's great farmland. It's great.
Yeah, that's why he got kicked out.
Land. It's great farmland, but there's very little protection against the bullets that are being, and other things that are being shot. So all I can do is see if I can get everybody at the table and get an agreement. I think we're going to end up with an agreement. Otherwise, I wouldn't probably be even here today.
Mr. President, I've got two questions for you. You think ultimately your legacy will be the peacemaker and not the president that led this country into another war and ended foreign wars? And I've got a question.
I hope it will. I mean, I hope I'm going to be remembered as a peacemaker. This would be a great thing if we could do this. I'm doing this to save lives more than anything else. Second is to save a lot of money, but I consider that to be far less important. So I hope I'm going to, thank you, Brian, for that question. It was a nice question. I hope I'll be known and recognized as a peacemaker. This would be a great thing to solve. This is a very dangerous situation. You know, this could lead to a third world war. This was headed in the wrong direction. If this election were lost, if we didn't win this election, and by the way, we won it by a lot. That was a mandate. We won every swing state. We won the popular vote by millions and millions of votes. We won everything. The districts, you look at the areas of red, take a look at a map. This was a big mandate. And this was one of the things I said, we're going to get this thing settled. If we didn't win, I think this could have very well ended up in a third world war. And that would not have been a good situation. What was your second question?
And my second question for President Zelenskyy: why don't you wear a suit? You're at the highest. Why don't you wear a suit? You're the highest level in this country's office, and you refuse to wear a suit.
Well,
Just want to see people. Do you own a suit?
Yeah, problems.
A lot of Americans have problems with you not
Really?
respecting
I
the
don't have
dignity of this
such-
office.
I will wear a costume after this war will finish.
Okay.
Yes, maybe one.
Maybe something like this.
something like
Yes,
yours.
sir.
Yes.
That'd be great.
Maybe something better. I don't know. We will see. Maybe something cheaper than. Yeah. Thank you.
President Trump, thank you, President Trump. You said yesterday that you.
Are you going to send more arms to Ukraine in case there's no peace?
Yeah, we're going to have arms to Ukraine. Yeah, sure. Hopefully, I won't have to send very much because hopefully we're going to have it finished. We're looking forward to finishing this quickly. We're not looking forward to sending a lot of arms. We're looking forward to getting the war finished so we can do other things.
Yep.
But we very much appreciate the agreement because we needed what they had, and we're treating, our country is now treated fairly. Biden didn't do that. He didn't know what the hell he was doing. This should have never happened. This should have never.
By the way, I got 75 watching and I have no super chats. Like, share, subscribe, hit the Cash App, support the show. Hit the super chat, support the show. Are you not entertained and informed? Being informed.
Wait a minute. This is how you're going to get some gynocracy, female fuckery. There you go.
Hold on, wait a minute. I'm glad you said that, Charles, because the first hour of my show was showing gynocracy and female fuckery. So you can hit the Cash App and support the show for that too.
But
I kind of wish I had you, Charles. I had a I call it the most educated crashing out. This heifer was literally crashing out because she couldn't get a fridge in her kitchen.
You mean she couldn't walk in her kitchen?
No, she was crashing out on the delivery drivers because the delivery driver told them that the fridge wouldn't fit in their kitchen.
Usually the big bitch could fit in the kitchen. That's how they get fat. But
Yeah, well,
I think I saw that one where she was married to a white guy or something.
Oh no, this is different. This chick was not married, and she
Did she attack the driver?
yes, he attracted driver.
That one. And she's mad because she couldn't take somebody so educated. You couldn't take a tape measure.
Yeah, that one.
I mean, the first person to donate, thank you, Mr. Gibbs, gets a bottle of Joy Reid's Tears. It tastes so. It gets you. It gets you fucked up. You be fighting a nigga or two.
Just a minute. You mentioned Joy Reid's Tears, huh? Here you go. Get a nice bottle. There you go. A nice bottle of Joy Reid's Tears.
You telling me, number one.
We covered that too. Good, but go ahead.
You telling me, number one, they did The Color Purple and they didn't have her or Sealy?
Oh my God. Cha-ching, 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 cha-ching. You better thank your donors.
Knowing good and full well that Joy is a better looking Sealy than Whoopi Goldberg. Yeah, y'all should have picked her.
Not by much. I mean, for such an educated, prominent woman, why do you still look like an 18th century slave? But anyway.
Yeah, let's continue. And thank you, DC, for the Cash App. Cha-ching, 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 cha-ching. You better thank your donors.
But, sure, the answer is yes, but hopefully we won't have to send much because I'm looking forward to getting it done quickly, very quickly.
Does that mean you'll provide security guarantees, Mr. President?
I don't want to talk about security yet because I want to get the deal done. You fall into the same trap like everybody else. A million times you say it over and over. I want to get the deal done. Security is so easy. That's about 2% of the problem. I'm not worried about security. I'm worried about getting the deal done. The security is the easy part. Security is very nice. Everybody stopped shooting. And now will Europe put people there? I know France is going to. I know the UK is going to. I know other countries are going to, and they happen to be right next door. We haven't committed, but we could conceivably, we have security in a different form. We'll have workers there digging, taking the raw earth so that we can
Hey,
create
Nemmer.
a lot of great product in this country. So in that sense, you have something, but we haven't determined that yet. I will say, in speaking to France and in speaking to, and they were here, as you know, last week and just the other day, they have committed to a lot of security. I don't think you're going to need much security. I think once this deal gets done, it's over. Russia's not going to want to go back, and nobody's going to want to go back. When this deal ends, I really believe this deal is going to be over. Yeah, please go ahead. Go ahead.
Mr. President, thank you. You had Joseph Macron and Keir Starmer at the White House this past week, both of whom praised your courage and conviction to lead the pathway towards peace.
Yes.
Part of that involved, though, re-engaging Russia in diplomatic relations, something that previous leaders lacked the conviction to do so. What gave you the moral courage and conviction to step forward and lead that?
Well, I love this guy. Who are you with?
One American News, sir.
Well, that's why I like him. One American News does a great job. I like the question. I think it's a very good question. It's a pathway to peace. It's a pathway to getting something solved. And I feel that as the head of this country, I have an obligation to do that. Plus, we're very much involved. We got involved. It's too bad we got involved because there should have been no involvement, because there should have been no war. And there shouldn't have been October 7th. That would have never happened. As you know, Iran was broke. They had no money to give to Hezbollah. They had no money to give to Hamas. They were stone cold broke. And then under Biden, they became rich as hell. They went from no money to $300 billion in a period of 4 years. And they gave a lot of that money away. And you see what happened. And that's a real mess also that we hope to be able to solve. But no, I appreciate your question very much. I feel I have an obligation to try and do something to stop the death.
If I can answer. Yes, if I can answer,
Please,
sorry.
go ahead.
Please.
And I do like your clothing, by the way.
Yeah, really?
Even though I think he's a great guy, by the way. But I don't know if you two like each other. But you know what? I think he's dressed.
I like this guy.
I think he's dressed beautiful.
So I have more serious things than answer on such
Yeah,
question.
sure, that's
I will
okay.
answer on more serious
That's a good
question if I can.
That's good.
Yeah, so please, about security guarantees and about just ceasefire. We can't just speak about ceasefire and speak. It will not work. Just ceasefire will never work because I'm like the president.
Oh boy, here we go.
I have this experience, and not only me. Ukraine before my presidency, from the 2014, Putin broken 25 times. 25.
Well, maybe y'all should have thought about that before you were ethnic cleansing Russians in your country.
That could have been like, get the fuck out of here. Because
5 times.
Go ahead.
First and foremost, Russia is trying to do what China is doing, like the United States is doing. They're trying to make money in technology.
Yes.
War is actually putting a lot of shit on hold because it's super expensive. I always said this: the military runs on its belly. So
Army marches on his stomach.
you're telling me
Excuse me.
that you're telling me that number one, you're more concerned about getting money and weapons instead of saving the lives of your people. For any world leader. Number two, because of the mass deaths of your men, you may not have enough men to actually populate your country. So you're going to go at a deficit of eligible men in your country in case you need to actually defend it.
Yep.
And I kept telling people, if Russia wanted to atomize them with thermobaric bombs, what the fuck could Kiev do?
Nothing.
Not a goddamn thing.
And really, when you think about it, when I spoke to my buddy who's an E9, what's more important, peace or being right? Because right now, President Zelenskyy is reading from the book of black female fuckery.
Yep.
You want to check me, boo? But continue.
Don Cheeto. The answer is Don Cheeto.
Quickly.
Oh, no, sorry. Go ahead.
He broken his own signature 25 times. He broken ceasefire.
But he never broke to me. He never broke to me.
You were the president.
He
You
never
were the
broke-
president
he
during.
never broke to me.
In 2016, you've been the president, Mr. President. You've been the president, but he had, of course, not with you, but he had during those period, he had conversations with our side, and we had Normandy format. The France, Germany, Ukraine, and Russia, and he broken 20.
What do you think was going to happen when you put NATO weapons on his border, dummy?
25 times. That's why we will never accept just ceasefire. It will not work without security guarantees.
Really, bro? This what we doing?
Security guarantees, maybe President is right about this document and other, but this document is not enough. Strong army is enough because his soldiers afraid, Putin's soldiers afraid of our soldiers when we're strong enough.
So is that why you've lost over 1 million soldiers? You think we don't know that shit, bro? Really? Good Lord.
We're not strong enough. If we are empty, if our storage is empty, we can't defend our land. Today, he knows that we have all the world knows that we have meeting. Yes? Why he's using ballistic? Putin today using ballistic.
You lucky he hasn't wiped you off the face of the earth. You lucky he doesn't want a failed state on his border. Dummy.
Our hospitals, schools, and etc. Ballistic. So he knows that we are here and that President Trump is really have goodwill to stop this war. And you hear now the president. So why he's using? So he doesn't want to stop. He doesn't want. But I hope that we will do it. Really, we'll do it. Security. When we speak about security guarantees, when the Europeans are ready for contingents, they need USA backstop. If there will not be United States, we will not never have any contingents, strong contingents from the Europeans, because they don't want to divide alliance connection between the United States as the main and strongest ally and Europeans. This is crucial. This is important. That's what we want to speak about very
Isn't
much.
this what he said when he said NATO didn't pay? You just confirmed what he said 10 minutes ago about NATO not issuing their fair share.
Yep.
When we paid 90% of NATO. So why don't you have all these other countries coming in and actually fucking around and actually putting up the security personnel, both private and government military, to usher in this sign of peace? Because right now, Europe is at a, if you think America's outrageous, Europe's at a downslope.
Yes.
So they need to not only divvy out their money, but also their personnel. But continue.
Very important. And air defense. So air defense, really, we have big deficit with all these systems, and we need to provide this. We need it.
Oh, I'm sorry. You have a big deficit. Motherfucker, you took $350 billion of our money to fight a war you couldn't win. I don't want to hear about your fucking deficit.
Very much. Otherwise, Putin will never stop and will go further and further. He doesn't want. He hates us. It's not about me. He hates Ukrainians. He thinks that we are not a nation. He thinks, and he shared these thoughts. I think maybe with your team also. I don't know. But with all the Europeans, in media, officially and not, he always said that there is no such country, such nation, such language, and such life like Ukrainian. No, he really does.
Now, believe it or not, Charles, I have to shout out DC. For those you don't know, Code Breakers had a little live stream earlier, and DC pointed out that Ukraine is nothing but a territory stuck between, the BRICS and the EU.
I mean, it's basically the Europeans' version of Taiwan.
Yeah, pretty much.
And right now, if you weren't so busy taking all this goddamn money from the Biden administration to fight literally a proxy war,
Yes.
you wouldn't worry about 1 million of your fucking men in ditches, and God only knows how many are going to be mentally affected who actually survives this fucking shit.
Yeah.
And think about the injured. Are you going to support your injured veterans in Ukraine?
Good question.
That's the big deal. You got to think those people are going to have medical issues and mental issues for the rest of their lives. What is the contingency plan for them? But when you have an egomaniac who doesn't think long term and wants to give you the Ted DiBiase, it's all about the money speech, why don't you sell your $20 million mansion to raise funds? But I don't know what I'm talking about. Continuing.
Yep.
Doesn't respect all the Ukrainians, and he wants to destroy us. And you are right, Mr. President. That's 2%. This document, maybe other documents, it's a very good start, very good, but it will not enough to stop this person.
Should Russia pay to rebuild Ukraine?
Mr. President, under these
Should Russia pay to rebuild Ukraine?
They have to pay.
This question.
This is the rule. This is the rule of the war. This is the rule of the war. During all the centuries, all the history, this is the rule of the war. Who began those pay. This is the rule. Putin began this war. He has to pay.
Bullshit. Y'all began this war by ethnically cleansing their citizens.
All money for innovation. He has to pay. Of course, some Russian assets, what we have in Europe, about 300 billion, we can use them. We can use for innovation and buy military support from the United States also. We can do it, but it's not enough. It's not enough.
President, under these circumstances, do you envision a trilateral summit with Putin and President Zelenskyy?
Wait, 1 second.
I asked this question that you didn't like because I wanted to know if you want to position yourself in the middle between Russia and Ukraine or on the Ukraine side.
No, I'm in the middle. I want to solve this thing. I'm for both. I want to get it solved. And it's wonderful to speak badly about somebody else, but I want to get it solved. If we can solve it, great. If we can't solve it, they're going to have to fight it out, and who knows what's going to happen. But I want to see it get solved.
May I follow up? One more question about U.S. troops in Europe. After Russian invasion of Ukraine, your predecessor sent additional troops to Eastern Europe, including Poland, my country. Are you committed to keeping these troops on the eastern flank of NATO in the future?
I'm very committed to Poland. I think Poland has really stepped up and done a great job for NATO. They, as you know, they paid more than they had to. They are one of the finest groups of people I've ever known. I'm very committed to Poland.
What about Baltics?
Poland's in a tough neighborhood, you know.
What about the Baltics?
The Baltics, they got a lot of, it's a tough neighborhood too, but we're committed. We're going to be very committed, and we're committed to NATO. But NATO has to step up, and the Europeans have to step up more than they have. And I want to see them equalize because they are in for far less than we're in, and they should be at least equal. You understand that? Why is the United States, we have an ocean in between. Why is the United States in for so much more money and other things as Europe? With that being said, and as you said, they've also been obviously very helpful, but we have put in far more than they have. And I think they should equalize.
Mr. President,
please go ahead.
About the agreement again today, what changed between the first time that Secretary Bessent gave President Zelenskyy the agreement and today for the signing?
We made a deal. So
what was the deciding factor?
I'm a business person. We made a deal. That's what changed. I didn't think we were going to make a deal, and we ended up making the deal. So that changed.
Mr. President, what and how do you envision a trilateral summit with President Zelenskyy and Putin?
I don't know, but well, they don't like each other. I can tell you that. They do not like each other. This is not a love match, and it's unfortunate. That's why you're in this situation. The United States should not have allowed this to happen. Okay, the United States, run by a man that didn't know much. I'm going to be very nice. Run by an incompetent person, very incompetent person. Should never have allowed this to happen. I've stopped wars. I've stopped many wars. My people will tell you, I stopped wars that nobody ever heard about. I stopped wars before they ever started. You can look at some of, I could give you a lot of nations that would tell you right now they were probably going to war. I could tell you right now there's a nation thinking about going to war on something that nobody in this room has ever even heard about. Two smaller nations, but big, still big. And I think I've stopped it. But this should have never happened.
Mr. President.
About sorry, just a second. About any negotiations. First of all, I want really to tell you, and I think that everybody understands that Ukraine, more than Ukrainians, nobody wants to stop this war. But at the future, any negotiations, it's understandable that two sides of the war, not Russia and the United States, because this is not the war between Russia and the United States. This is war of Russia
Bullshit.
against Ukraine and Ukrainian people. So these two sides will be at the anyway will be at the negotiation table. Then of course United States, like the strongest partner of the Ukraine, and of course Europe. I think Europe is very important. I want to speak about it with
Don't you mean strongest welfare queen? I'm just saying.
the president. Yes, Europe is very important for us because we really defend Europe for today. All Europeans really recognize that we are defending line and they have real life and our people are dying. That's why they helped us. And also it's about the NATO. Yes, between, like the president said, you have big, nice ocean. Yes, between us. But if we will not stay, Russia will go further to Baltics and to Poland, by the way. But first to the Baltics. It's understandable for them because they've been in the USSR. You know, they've been one of the republics of the USSR.
Oh gosh, let me just debunk this crap right now. Vladimir Putin is not interested in getting back together the old Soviet Union. He's interested in making money.
Matter of fact, let's tell the truth. It's too damn expensive to have basically a goddamn 3 seconds of a failed state a part of your shit because you're going to bring Russia's economy down.
Yes.
So why the fuck would I want to put trash inside of a mansion? Not in the trash can, but like a little living room type of trash situation.
And back to his empire. It's a fact. And when he will go there, if we will not stay, you will fight. Your American soldiers, it doesn't matter. Do you have ocean or not? Your soldiers will fight.
Mr. President, would you be willing to visit Ukraine if you can't afford Odessa?
16 and above. Wrath.
Want to be a 30-year-old legacy?
It was my question.
I'm sorry.
I don't want to talk about Odessa now. Let's not talk about Odessa. I want to talk about making a deal, getting peace. We don't have to talk about Odessa, but a lot of cities have been destroyed. A lot of cities that are not recognizable. There's not a building standing.
No.
And a lot of
You
things
have
have
to come,
to
Mr.
happen.
President. You have to come and to look. No. We have very good cities. Yes, a lot of things been destroyed, but mostly cities alive and people work.
Whatever.
Children go to school. Sometimes it's very difficult. Sometimes closer to front line, children have to go to underground schools or online. But we live. Ukraine is fighting and Ukraine lives. This is very important. And maybe it's Putin is sharing this information that he destroyed us. No, he lost 700,000 people. 700,000 soldiers. He lost everything. Yes. So,
And you lost well over 1 million. So why are you talking?
President, one more. I mentioned
Please, go ahead.
When did you last speak with President Putin, and what did he say that?
A couple of days ago.
And what did he tell you that gave you the assurance that he wanted peace?
Well, that's what I do. My whole life is deals. I know pretty good. And I've known him for a long time. I've dealt with him for a long time. He had to suffer through the Russia hoax. You know, Russia was a hoax. It was all Biden. It was nothing to do with him. So he had to suffer through that, and he was able to do that. I think that he wants to make a deal and he'd like to see it end. That's all I do. That's what I do. My whole life, that's what I do is make deals. And I'm in the middle of a mess because this is a real mess. It's a very dangerous one. If this doesn't get solved now, it's not going to get solved for a long time. So I hope we're going to get it solved. In the back, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Prime Minister Starmer claims repeatedly that his government believes in free speech and was not engaged in censorship. But his country's government arrests people for memes and thought crimes, and even more worrisome is pressuring American companies to censor Americans on his behalf. How can he be a reliable, trustworthy partner when he says things that are demonstrably false on such an important topic?
Well, we actually spoke to him about that yesterday, and we thought they took it very, very much too far. JD was very strong on it. So was I. So was Marco. And we've been speaking to him about it. Marco, would you like to say something about that?
We have concerns, obviously, with the conduct of those, particularly as it impacts Americans. And there's real concern that American speech, which is online, could fall into the hands of British or any country's jurisdiction. And so this is a point the Vice President made at Munich, and I think it's a very compelling one, that what unites us with Europe, as much as anything else, is these shared values, and one of them being free speech. And so if Americans are threatened by it, we're going to need to take action in that regard.
Mr. President. It's actually a very important question.
We spoke about this in detail with the Prime Minister, the Foreign Secretary, and others at lunch yesterday. And I know that Secretary of Commerce Lutnick followed up in private meetings last night. This is really important. We believe Americans have the right to speak their mind, even if we in this room disagree with them. They have the right to speak their mind in the public square, which is often online these days. And we're going to defend that right as it pertains to American companies and American citizens vigorously if we have to. I do think that under the president's leadership, we're going to find common ground with our friends in the UK on this question, but it remains to be seen. The principle that will guide us is we believe in free speech in this country and we'll fight for it for American citizens.
Mr. President, on the deal, is there any other oil and gas component to the deal? Is it all critical?
A little bit. We'll see.
On LNG?
But we're not really looking for that so much. We got a lot. We have more than anybody in the world by far. So no, we're not talking about it too much, but a little bit. I think it affects also, but for the most part, no.
And sir, is there any agreement from Ukraine to purchase U.S. LNG as part of the deal, or is that on the table at all?
No, we don't need that.
Some of those minerals are in the ask you about. You just mentioned that you'd spoken to Vladimir Putin a couple of days ago. Just to be clear, that's a new call, not the one that you.
I've spoken to him on numerous occasions.
Okay. And how was the latest call? What did you discuss? How did it go?
Are you serious with that question?
I am. I'd love to know.
It went well. I think we're going to have a deal.
On the minerals deal, Mr. President, some of those minerals are in the east of Ukraine, not far from the front lines and in areas that Russia has occupied. Will you direct President Putin to withdraw his forces from those areas if there's U.S. interest?
Well, we'll take a look at the time. We have a lot of area. It's a very big area we're talking about. So we'll take a look. I'll study that and I'll see.
And who would protect those minerals if they are U.S. interests? Would that be Ukrainian
They'll
forces?
be protected. The agreement will protect them.
U.S.
The
forces?
agreement, yeah, we're signing an agreement. You know?
Right, but what if Russia tries to invade or there's Russian aggression in their spots?
I just told you, I don't think that's going to happen. And if that were going to happen, I wouldn't make a deal. If I thought that was going to happen, I wouldn't make a deal.
Some people may wonder why.
You know, they ought to focus on CNN on survival, not asking me these ridiculous questions. Focus on surviving because CNN's got such low ratings. I don't think they're going to survive. Let's go.
Yeah, he ain't wrong there. So would MSNBC, with or without Joy Reid. Oops.
I already mentioned Poland. Poland was under Russian control for decades after the Second World War. When I was a kid, I looked at the United States not only as a most powerful country, richest country in the world, the country that has great music, great movies, great muscle cars, but also as a force for good. And now I'm talking with my friends in Poland, and they are worried that you align yourself too much with Putin. What's your message for them?
Well, if I didn't align myself with both of them, you'd never have a deal. You want me to say really terrible things about Putin and then say, "Hi, Vladimir, how are we doing on the deal?" That doesn't work that way. I'm not aligned with Putin. I'm not aligned with anybody. I'm aligned with the United States of America and for the good of the world. I'm aligned with the world. And I want to get this thing over with. You see the hatred he's got for Putin. It's very tough for me to make a deal with that kind of hate. He's got tremendous hatred. And I understand that, but I can tell you the other side isn't exactly in love with, him either. So it's not a question of alignment. I'm aligned with the world. I want to get the thing set. I'm aligned with Europe. I want to see if we can get this thing done. You want me to be tough? I could be tougher than any human being you've ever seen. I'd be so tough.
Pause it. I'm going to ask this question. Does that sound like a warmonger that everybody claims him to be?
No.
But notice, when in the Biden-Harris administration did you hear them say, we want this shit to stop?
Never.
Because first of all, if this shit progresses, it's going to be in our backyards.
Yes.
The bucket. And your kid, like I had to tell the guy, and this is a damn shame of somebody I knew since high school. He's a year older. He's an E8, Master Sergeant in the Army. I was an E4, promotable to E5. You're telling me, and I told him on Facebook, and I beg of you, AB, to go read that on my Facebook. I told him, your son just entered the military. Your son is going to clean up the messes that we create. My son's going to have to clean that up if we have a draft. My godsons, my nephew's in the military. I have 2 cousins that are stationed overseas. I have guys who I mentored who just came in. They're old enough to be my sons. They're going to have to clean up the messes that we created. Do you really want your son to do that in an unnecessary world war? But you trying to say we should align with I didn't say align. Notice, did Trump say that he aligns with either side?
No.
But how many people are going to say he aligns with
Green.
How many? And I mean, at some point, common sense and logic is going to have to dictate. Continue.
But you're never going to get a deal that way. So that's the way it goes. All right, one more question.
Hey, I want to respond to this. So look, for 4 years, the
Here we go.
United States of America, we had a president who stood up at press conferences and talked tough about Vladimir Putin, and then Putin invaded Ukraine and destroyed a significant chunk of the country. The path to peace and the path to prosperity is maybe engaging in diplomacy. We tried the pathway of Joe Biden of thumping our chest and pretending that the president of the United States' words mattered more than the president of the United States' actions. What makes America a good country is America engaging in diplomacy. That's what President Trump is doing.
Can I ask you?
Sure.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. So he occupied our parts, big parts of Ukraine, part of East and Crimea. So he occupied it on 2014. So during a lot of years, so I'm not speaking about just Biden, but those time was Obama, then President Obama, then President Trump, then President Biden, now President Trump, and God bless, now President Trump will stop him. But during 2014, nobody stopped him. He just occupied and took. He killed people. You know what the contact
2015.
2014.
2014 and
2014.
Yeah. So
I was not here.
Yeah, but
that's exactly right.
Yes, but during 2014 till 2022, the situation the same. The people have been dying on the contact line. Nobody stopped him. You know that we had conversations with him, a lot of conversation, my bilateral conversation, and we signed with him. Me, like a new president. In 2019, I signed with him the deal. I signed with him, Macron and Merkel, we signed ceasefire. Ceasefire. All of them told me that he will never go. We signed with him with gas contract. Yes, but after that, he broken this ceasefire. He killed our people and he didn't exchange prisoners. We signed the exchange of prisoners, but he didn't do it. What kind of diplomacy, JD, you are speaking about? What do you mean?
I'm talking about the kind of diplomacy that's going to end the destruction of your country.
Yes, but if you
Mr. President, with respect, I think it's disrespectful for you to come into the Oval Office and try to litigate this in front of the American media. Right now, you guys are going around and forcing conscripts to the front lines because you have manpower problems. You should be thanking the president for trying to bring an end to this conflict.
Have you ever been to Ukraine? Did you say what problems we have?
I have been
Can
to.
you pause that real quick? Can you
Go
pause
ahead.
that real quick? I'm not sure. Do you have access to the videos of what JD Vance is talking about? About them forcing conscripts.
Not the direct videos. Not right now. No.
Can I share that in the back so people can just see exactly what he's talking about?
Yes.
Give me 1 second. Let me see.
I've actually watched and seen the stories, and I know what happens is you bring them on a propaganda tour, Mr. President. Do you disagree that you've had?
Are they YouTube videos?
It's a Twitter clip.
Okay.
Problems like bringing people into your military? And do you think that it's respectful to come to the Oval Office of the United States of America and attack the administration that is trying to prevent the destruction of your country?
A lot of questions. Let's start from the beginning.
Sure.
First of all, during the war, everybody has problems. Even you, but you have nice ocean and don't feel now, but you will feel it in the future. God bless.
You don't know that.
God bless. God bless. You will not have a war.
Don't tell us what we're going to feel. We're trying to solve a problem. Don't tell us what we're going to feel.
I'm not telling you.
Because you're in no position to dictate that.
That's exactly what
Remember
you're
this.
doing.
You're in no position to dictate what we're going to feel. We're going to feel very
You will
good.
feel influenced.
We're going to feel very
I'm
good and
telling
very
you,
strong.
You will feel influenced.
You're right now not in a very good position. You've allowed
From the
yourself
very-
to be in a
from
very
the very
bad position,
beginning
and he
of the
happens
war.
to be right about
From the
it.
very beginning of
And
the
this
war.
is when the shit hits the
You don't
fan.
have the cards right now. With us, you start having
not playing
cards.
cards.
Right now, you
I'm
don't.
very
You're playing
serious,
cards.
Mr. President.
You're
I'm
playing
very
cards.
serious.
You're
I'm
gambling
the
with the
president
lives
in
of
war.
millions of people.
You think
You're gambling with World War III.
Yep.
You're gambling with
What is
World
the-
War III. And
Yeah.
what you're doing is very disrespectful to the country, this country.
I'm
That's
with
back
all
to you.
respect to you.
Far more than a lot of people said they should have.
Have you said thank you once this
A lot
entire
of
meeting?
times.
Quickly, chaos.
Yes, the that man say you're gambling and playing threats for World War III. This dude just instigates something right there when he told him say you're nice now, but that won't be in the future. That's a threat. That's direct threat right there. I'm glad that he called it out immediately and say, "What, you want to start some more war? You don't want to start that." How many presidents you know that would do
You
that?
said thank you. You went to Pennsylvania and campaigned for the opposition in October. Offer some words of appreciation for the United States of America and the president who's trying to save your country.
Please, you think that if you will speak very loudly about the war, you
He's
can.
not speaking loudly. He's not
Yeah.
speaking loudly. Your country's
Can I-
in big
can-
trouble.
can I
Wait a
answer?
minute. No.
Can
You've
I
done a lot
answer?
of talking. Your country is in big trouble.
I know.
Yep.
You're not
I
winning.
know.
You're not winning this. You have a damn good chance of
we are
coming out
staying,
okay because of
Mr.
us.
President, we are staying in our country, staying strong from the very beginning of the war. We've been alone, and we are thankful. I said thanks
You haven't
in
been
this
alone.
cabinet,
You
and
haven't
not
been
only
alone.
in this
We
cabinet.
gave you, through
I
this
said
stupid president, $350 billion.
You voted
We gave
for
you
your
military
president.
equipment,
You
and you
voted
men
for
are
your
brave, but they had to use our military.
What about
If you didn't have
You
our
invited
military
me.
equipment,
You invited
if
me
you
to
didn't
speak.
have our military equipment, this war.
Hit the super chat. Support the show. Are you not informed? Now, if you listen to these knuckleheads running around here, they talking about JD Vance and Donald Trump ambushed Zelensky. Now, I just played y'all the majority of that interview. Does that look like an ambush to you?
That was he actually tried to ambush them.
Yep.
He tried to guilt
Would have
trip
been
them.
over
And this
in
is the
2
fact
weeks.
of the
In
matter.
3 days.
This is the fact of the matter. Y'all keep listening to these libtards and all these fucking sympathizers. Oh, you're supporting this. No. See, this is the part where Trump's trying to evade. Do you really want to? I'm going to ask anybody who's a detractor. And I'm going to do my version of this tomorrow, including other things. Do you want your children to clean up your mess? And continue, because I know you only got a few minutes left.
Some people do.
So
Go
I have the clips ready whenever you're ready.
Okay. Put it in the back chat. I'll get it in a minute.
I heard it from Putin in 3 days. This is something
Maybe
new
less.
in 2 weeks. Of course, yes.
It's going to be a very hard thing to do business like this. I
Again,
tell you.
just say thank you.
I said a lot of times
that there,
thank you
accept
to
that,
American people.
accept that there are disagreements, and let's go litigate those disagreements rather than trying to fight it out in the American media when you're wrong. We know that you're wrong.
But you see, I think it's good for the American people to see what's going on.
I understand.
I agree.
think it's very important. That's why I kept this going so long. You have to be thankful. You don't have the
I'm
cards.
thankful.
You're buried there. Your people are dying.
tell you,
You're
Nick,
running
I
low
know.
on soldiers. Listen,
Please,
you're running
Mr.
low
President.
on soldiers. It would be a damn good thing.
Mr.
And then you tell us, I don't want a ceasefire. I don't want a ceasefire. I want to go and I wanted this. Look, if you could get a ceasefire right now, I tell you, you take it so the bullets stop flying and your men stop getting killed.
Of course, we want to stop the war.
But you're saying you don't want a
But I
ceasefire.
said to you,
I want a
with
ceasefire
guarantees.
because you'll get a ceasefire faster than an agreement.
Ask our people about ceasefire, what they think.
Get my super chat.
That wasn't
Doesn't
with
matter
me.
for you what.
That
what
wasn't
is
with me.
changed. It
That was
wasn't
with
you.
a guy named Biden who was not a smart person.
This
That
is
was
your,
with,
this
that was
is
with
your
Obama.
president. It was your president.
Excuse me. That was with Obama, who gave you sheets, and I gave you javelins.
Yes.
I gave you the javelins to take out all those tanks. Obama gave you sheets. In fact, the statement is Obama gave sheets and Trump gave javelins. You got to be more thankful because let me tell you, you don't have the cards. With us, you have the cards. But without us, you don't have any cards.
One more question to Mr. Vice President. I'm sorry.
It's going to be a tough deal to make
Uh,
because the attitudes have to change.
What if Russia breaks ceasefire? What if Russia breaks?
What's this bitch ask?
What do you do then? I understand that it's a conversation right
What are you
now,
saying?
but
She's asking, what if Russia breaks the ceasefire?
What if anything? What if a bomb drops on your head right now? Okay? What if they broke it?
That was
I don't know if they broke
hilarious.
it with Biden, because Biden, they didn't respect him. They didn't respect Obama. They respect me. Let me tell you, Putin went through a hell of a lot with me. He went through a phony witch hunt where they used him and Russia. You ever hear of that deal? That was a phony Hunter Biden, Joe Biden scam. Hillary Clinton, Shifty Adam Schiff. It was a Democrat scam. And he had to go through that. And he did go through it. We didn't end up in a war. And he went through it. He was accused of all that stuff. He had nothing to do with it. It came out of Hunter Biden's bathroom. It came out of Hunter Biden's bedroom. It was disgusting. And then they said, oh, the laptop from hell was made by Russia. The 51 agents. The whole thing was a scam. And he had to put up with that. He was being accused of all that stuff. All I can say is this. He might have broken deals with Obama and Bush, and he might have broken them with Biden. He did, maybe. Maybe he didn't. I don't know what happened. But he didn't break them with me. He wants to make a deal. I don't know if you can make a deal. The problem is I've empowered you to be a tough guy. And I don't think you'd be a tough guy without the United States. And your people are very brave. But you're either going to make a deal or we're out. And if we're out, you'll fight it out. I don't think it's going to be pretty, but you'll fight it out. But you don't have the cards. But once we sign that deal, you're in a much better position. But you're not acting at all thankful. And that's not a nice thing. I'll be honest, that's not a nice thing.
Okay, that's pretty much the end of that. We're going to look at what Jesse's talking about.
Okay, so as you can see, that was shared by Donald Trump Jr. If you click on the tweet that he shared, it's actually a thread of several videos. It's basically corroborating what J.D. Vance said in that interview, which is that the Ukrainian military. Hold on, pause it for a second. Yeah, but he's basically corroborating what J.D. Vance said, that the Ukrainian government is basically forcing people to fight in the war. So if you click on it, You could play this video, but it's a thread of videos showing this going on.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, you scroll down. You have people being forced into recruitment in the Ukrainian military, basically.
Can they confirm the authenticity of these videos?
I mean, I'm not sure about the authenticity of it.
Exactly.
But it
Oh, man.
is. It was retweeted by Donald Trump Jr. And it's gone viral on Twitter by a lot of different people. So if you want to look at the authenticity, that's something that you're going to have to go on your own and do your own research and
Yeah.
check into that.
No problem.
My observation skills are as good as they get. So you're saying Trump was stolen? Don't you think that would have a coincidence? Most likely, these guys have done business, expanded their personnel trying to grow. It did explain why they decided to make this lot powerful. They wanted to send some kind of message, growth, business message. It certainly was using the news. Not an MP5 thing. Again, former military.
Not a very peaceful way to get somebody to join your military.
I've seen worse.
I bet you have, unfortunately.
Oh, we have had forceful conscriptions in certain parts of Africa, my dear friends.
Damn, they pulled up with the Jeep. Get your ass in this car. Damn.
Mm-hmm.
That's crazy. And I do think there's precedence for this type of stuff with the Ukrainian military. I mean, we know what happened to Gazan Lira. He said in his own words that he was kidnapped by the Ukrainian military for speaking out against the war. And unfortunately, he was eventually murdered by them. Rest in peace to him. Somebody got feedback from the TV in their background.
Hey, oh, is that you?
No, what's going on? What you hear?
TV, television. Somebody
Oh
television.
yeah, that's me watching Richard. Yeah, I'm a mute.
Yeah, I watch Reach a little
See
bit.
if there's volume. Hit the volume thing on it. Damn, did they knock him out?
That's what it looks like. Looks like he knocked him out with that gut punch. Damn.
Damn.
Nah, that was a hit shot to the chin, and his head hit the wooden
Okay.
post.
Some brutal shit, man.
Imagine getting knocked out and your ass is waking up in basic training in this mug. That'd be screwed up.
And then possibly knocked out again.
Yo, here's my question. You know what? Never mind. I'm not gonna bother.
All this for white supremacy. Lord, let me shut up. Although it is late at night. Wow. No wonder he has a 4% approval rating in his own country.
And by the way, there's a new Gallup poll. So Gallup has been doing polls with the Ukrainians since the war started. When the war started, 70% of Ukraine was for the war. Now, 52% of Ukraine, they are against. Not only are they against the war, but they want peace to happen as soon as possible, even if that means giving up territory to Russia.
Yep.
Which is the latest poll that Gallup did in 2020 at the end of 2024.
Yeah, man. Damn. That's some messed up stuff. There's a lot of these videos.
Yo.
Yep.
Imagine what it's like in Russia.
What's up, everyone?
Hey, what's going on, Louis?
What's happening, Louis?
I saw your comment and took a peek. It took him long enough.
Today's a good day.
Sir, good hair. How you feeling?
Oh, John Cena turned heel. My day.
Yeah. Like I said, I took a peek. It took him long enough.
Well, my homeboy Josh showed me that.
So that means he's evil. That's when he healed.
Yeah, he went bad, guy. He turned heel. First time since
beat the
03.
crap out of Cody with some brass knucks.
Actually, it was also his Rolex. It was his Rolex. But
So,
Cody's Rolex.
let me ask Charles and Lewis, the veterans, the military veterans on the panel. What do y'all think about this?
I think it's disgusting. Because, one, say what you want about America. Okay? World War II happened. America was united because we had to stop great evil. 9/11 happened. What did the United States do? You had a recruitment drive because people said, we got to stop great evil. You're doing this to your people. Do I think Russia does the same? Sure. Probably so.
To a greater extent, possibly.
But at the same time, if both sides can live, is that better than seeing people beaten and knocked down in their countries just to be put on a front fucking line to die? That's sad. Disgusting. But yet you got this jackass who doesn't care about peace talks. He just wants the money so he could buy another mansion in Mar-a-Lago. And I get called all kinds of greasy shit on Facebook when I'm like, look, if I send this to people and say this is what the fuck happens if you don't join a former Eastern Bloc fucking country to join a war that made no sense when you're trying to get NATO weaponry and fucking bases in your country. And I'm glad they called him out because you read, and it's funny. When JD Vance 2028, you might as well put your vote in now. When they said, first of all, you should be thanking us because we're saving your fucking people. We give a fuck more about your people than you do.
Are you finished, Charles?
Go ahead, because I'm disgusted.
One, this can happen if women are running the country here, because this is what they do to you. This is like their wet dream. Two, this is a
White Feather campaign.
This is a constant reminder how fragile democracy is. And if you take one wrong turn, this could happen here. And like Charles said, this country is not perfect. Its past history wasn't as bright as it could be. But damn, I love being here.
Yeah.
You know what you could do? You could just show this on commercials. Just have this as a
Mhm.
commercial, as a constant reminder.
And hey, Jesse, could you text that to me? Because I'm gonna send that to a couple of friends who are E8s and E9s who
Will
disagree.
do.
And I'm
Yeah, I'm about to share this on Facebook myself.
is this what the fuck you talking about? This is not the Russians doing this to Ukrainians. Do you want this for your country? Because World War III, how many? See, this is. I'm gonna ask the audience
Hmm.
panel. Can I go black bill for a fucking minute or three?
Yeah,
Go
get
the
close to
fuck
your
ahead,
mic.
man.
Huh?
Okay, get a little closer to your mic because you're kind of going out.
I was asking the audience and also the panel. Can I go black bill for about 3 minutes?
Go ahead.
I have no issue with what Lewis said. See, women, and even our women, when they talk about fight white supremacy, this is what fighting white supremacy really looks like. You see that mother being ripped away from her son, forced to fight. Some of them young boys are basically juniors and seniors in high school. Some are grown ass men. Some are high school students. I've always said, when I want to make a point, 16 to 60, you have to stay in that country. And this is the blood and sacrifice men have to make that women know nothing about.
Mm-hmm.
So you're telling me right now, you're okay with this shit? Every time he says, well, we don't have to talk about any of this, Trump's a warmonger. When did he say we're gonna help fight? No, we're not gonna fund you, dude.
Mm-hmm.
One president gave you sheets, I gave you javelins, and you still couldn't win this war.
Mm-hmm.
You want to be tough on your own, not because of us. And think about it, you were actually talking about the guy during the elections on behalf of Kamala Harris.
Yep.
Hey Charles,
Yep.
should this be the subject of our next joint operations stream?
Oh yeah, that's definitely gonna have to be because this is horrific. Think of it. Police and military slapping, dragging, knocking people unconscious, stopping.
Weapons intimidation
You're telling
at
me
gunpoint.
lesser shit has happened in this country and motherfuckers wanted to riot.
Yep.
And I tell people, this is the disingenuous, phony bullshit. But I'm gonna tell you what's really gonna happen because we've been this woke culture has made a bunch of weak boys and men for the last 30 years. Weak.
Mm-hmm.
And when you got a guy like J.D. Vance who went to Iraq the same time I did, that fuck no. I know how it feels to be in somebody's fucking backyard dealing with shit that doesn't have a goddamn thing to do with me. Lewis does as well. So this is the reason why I always said, how many of these political leaders would be elected if it was mandatory for them to serve in the military?
I'm gonna ask you a question after this, Charles.
Very few.
Go ahead.
Yeah, when I was asking about Jay Vance's background, and some people laughed, and they laughed because the guy was like a news anchor. He took pictures and all stuff, like he didn't do nothing special. And for God's sake, the guy was a Marine. Yeah, that's what he did as part of it, but he has to be trained for other things. It's not just that's only his sole mission. He's able to take pictures. He's skilled in other ways. And I don't think a lot of people conceptualize that.
Yeah.
Can I say something right quick?
Go ahead, Louis.
I'm gonna tell you something, and Charles, tell me if you agree or disagree.
Mm-hmm.
You know what make J.D. Vance and Pete Hegseth so great right now?
What's that?
One, J.D. Vance was an E4 in the Marine Corps. He was a corporal.
And he outranks every admiral in general.
Not with that. Not that. He understands what the majority of the service members go through with all the BS and how a lot of these generals get away with a bunch of stuff with their bureaucracy. Pete Hegseth, a 05, a gold oak leaf. Although he's technically still a junior officer, but people at that rank, he could have lost his career if one of his troops would have lost a big toe in cold weather training. I remember when I did cold weather training in Norway, we had a dummy lost his toe through frostbite, and the CO lost, got fired. But yet, when you get a full bird and you get all these stars on your shoulder, a lot of like mishaps, how the Afghanistan withdrawal happened, and a lot of stuff incompetence, but they're never held accountable. But yet they're looking at like, yo, I've been here. If I don't have my boots shine, I could get NJP'd.
Speaking of incompetence, we're about to look at some fair warning. We're about to look at a bunch of salty shit lips.
Keep it real. With Donald Trump as our president, he's a convicted felon with no experience in government.
I'm not gonna listen to a woman who has the same haircut as me.
Oh, well, yeah, that's true.
Him, JD Vance, and Elon Musk make America ghetto. Like we have
No, that's you. That's just you.
sense of organization in the White House. It's all chaos. The argument they had with President Zelenskyy in the White House with the media watching. Like, face it, we ghetto. We straight up ghetto as fuck, and our president makes us look like.
Now, before I continue, I like to address all the knuckleheads online that said that they stand with Ukraine over what happened now a couple days ago. I'm gonna make it very simple for you. I'm gonna say it before Charles and Lewis say it. You stand with Ukraine? That's fine. Put on a pair of combat boots, put on your combat armor, and take your ass over there to Ukraine and help defend them.
Ugh.
Did I say anything wrong, gentlemen?
As someone who's been on the other side of that situation, like do y'all show footage of?
Mm-hmm.
First of all, if anybody's looking at me funny, don't look at me like it's dead, all right? Fuck y'all. But I can tell you that for those of us who do have national service in our countries, I did mine.
Mm-hmm.
But that didn't mean that. But then again, I always had to have ID on me at all times because every now and then we had MPs coming down in our neighborhoods, doing the stop and search, stop and frisk, and everything like that at certain times of the year because they were looking for draft dodgers, and they were not polite about it. Hell, and they were telling us, "Hey, you think we're that bad? Look what's going on the other side." And this is during a fucking border conflict we had. So,
yeah, I need to continue.
Yeah, sorry about that, but I just had to let that be known.
You know, the people who voted for Donald Trump are far too stupid to realize what they've done. A lot of them are celebrating what happened yesterday.
As we should.
In the Oval Office, again, because they are too stupid to realize what's happened. Yesterday was one of those moments. It was one of those moments that will have forever changed history. That was a turning point moment in not just American history, but world history. That is the moment.
Probably so. It's not our fault. It sucks for you.
That was the moment when our allies knew definitively that they need to radically change their relationship with the United States. And they must look for other leadership in the world.
Good luck.
almost form new alliances.
Where they gonna go?
Where are you gonna go that's gonna stand up and look at and see? Does that sound like a motherfucker that if somebody was doing something radically to his family, he would stand up to defend them?
No.
He'll be hiding behind whatever woman he's with.
We could, you know, that we may not know that for certain. I mean, what if this man is actually served?
It makes it worse.
Yeah.
I'm gonna tell you why.
Well,
Okay.
hold on, pause for a minute.
This just brought
Pause for a
me
minute. Let me hear him
tears.
out.
Explain this real quick. This is why it's worse. Because I had to tell a guy who's an EA, a master sergeant. I went to high school with this nigga. I went to high school with a command sergeant major and an E7 who actually was our instructor. All three of our instructors. He's liberal. The E8's liberal. The E9, who when I did the Hegseth town hall meeting, and the guest star of the show was Lewis. He said that was so in depth. It was like y'all were giving the testimony at the War College. And think about this, right? This is even worse because you know goddamn well the cost of blood is too great right now that any country can deal with. I don't give a fuck if you're in America. I don't give a fuck if you're Eritrea. I don't give a fuck if you're in Russia, Ukraine. When you have the opportunity to stop mass casualty death, you go at the best of your fucking ability.
Yeah, and I would, and a little caveat on that one. That also did
Okay, can we
great. That also
continue,
very.
please?
Oh, well, Amy, let him finish real quick and we'll go to the.
Okay, go ahead.
No. The caveat I would also mention to that, what you're saying, Charles, also you have to also consider the size of that military and the size of that nation's population. That varies from size to size. You know what is acceptable losses, if you catch my drift.
And of course, that's one of the things. But here's the part: if we're raiding a place, unless we're given orders by the government that we're to kill whoever's there. Right now, your job as a service member of any military is to preserve life. That's your first job.
Clear and concise orders.
And sometimes, in order to, and I'm one of the first believers to say this, sometimes to save life, you may be called upon to take one. But why take it if it's unnecessarily?
Absolutely. Let's continue.
The entire world is protesting for the United States. Type in protest and go see. Okay. This just brought me to tears. The entire
Jasmine Crockett must be protected at all costs right now. She's exactly who we the people need right now.
Oh
She
my
must
gosh,
be
that's hilarious. Oh, that's too
Jasmine
funny.
Crockett
Damn you,
must
AB!
be
I'm about to be sick now.
right now. She's exactly.
Oh my gosh.
Go look in
Dude.
the right hand corner.
No,
That
I don't
explains.
want to see. I don't want to see. You're gonna try. I don't want to see. I'm gonna throw up, man.
Go look at the right
We
hand
the
corner
people
where her
need
name is, and you
right
already
now.
see where it is.
She must.
You already see by her name.
Jasmine Crockett.
Yeah. That too. Ugh.
I want to promote the most ghetto bitch in politics.
Brown, blue, lit. That'll do it. Yep.
Hey.
Well,
I am so sick of this bitch-made traitor embarrassing the United States of America because this meeting was a complete disaster. It was just.
I don't think I would be talking about bitch made right now, but okay.
The orange tumor throwing a fit for the whole world to see. Just having a temper tantrum. And his accordion hands were off the hook because he was just lying the entire time. And he was frustrated because he can't get Zelenskyy to do exactly what he wants him to do, to act the way he wants him to act, to say what he wants him to say. Because Zelenskyy, he's not a coward. He's not a traitor.
Oh boy. The delusion is strong with this one.
He's an actual patriot. He is actually leading his country, a country that was invaded by Trumpty Dumpty's boyfriend, Putin. That's what Zelensky's doing. He's being an actual leader. But Trumpty Dumpty, well, he's being a little bitch. And the whole world's watching. And it is very, very embarrassing. Not great again.
Then y'all keep trying to justify Trump and Vance bullying this man on national TV because his country owes us $300 billion. We are $32 trillion in debt. If any other country's president ambushed ours on national TV.
Shut your bitch ass up. God. Okay, let me shut up. I did call it Smoky Libs. I think that's Jesse.
Is she asleep?
Trump is not a representation.
Hold on, go back to what that guy said. Go. I want to hear what.
Trying to justify Trump and Vance bullying this man on national TV because his country owes us $300 billion. We are $32 trillion in debt. If any other country's president ambushed ours on national TV and justified it because we owe them money and probably a lot more than $300 billion, y'all would have a fit. So stop justifying this man's actions because of that. You don't treat no grown man like that on TV at all. Then y'all keep trying to justify Trump and Vance bullying this man on national TV because his country owes us $300 billion. We are $32 trillion in debt. If any other country's president ambushed ours on national.
Okay, go ahead.
So you're okay with people dying when you can stop this bullshit. If you really want peace, like, look at Ukraine, look at Russia. At what point, giving them all the money and all the weaponry that you can, at what point do you expect Ukraine to win?
Never.
There you go. Next video.
Trump is not a representation of America and the people in America.
Yes, he is. He is the 47th president of the United States. You're okay.
What he displayed in the Oval Office was a complete embarrassment. For anyone to think.
No, you're an embarrassment. What was that you were saying earlier, Louis? Louis was telling me on the phone, Louis, that you should have a license to make social media content.
That he's a leader. You're insane. They tried to belittle President Zelenskyy, and they also bullied him, basically.
Could you pause that for a minute, please?
That man is.
Go ahead.
You have to understand what social media amplified.
The stupid
opinions. No. Opinions are like assholes. Or excuse me, I should say the rectal cavity. Everybody's got one.
Yeah, that's true.
So understand that when people, any time somebody's on social media and says whatever, whether we like it or not, we should just look at it as nothing more than a fart in the wind.
Yeah, for fart after they ate cabbage and garlic at the same time.
Or some of the lactose intolerance ingesting dairy, but let's not go there, please.
And yet they were in there bullying him.
Agreed.
America is a joke, yet alone a disgrace.
No, you are, but okay.
And Trump and Vance are complete idiots. And whoever doesn't agree with that, something's wrong with you.
No, something's wrong with you. But anyway.
Kamala Harris is looking real good now, huh? I said Kamala Harris is looking real good now, huh?
Actually, I should have put that.
You gonna date her?
No, she ain't looking good to us. We don't like her, and we don't want us to stop selling us that bad bill of goods.
All you motherfuckers who voted for this man. We sat here, we told you, we warned you, we even put it in your face and tried to fucking remind you. Now we get to sit here and watch our fucking country burn. All of us get to sit here and watch this fucking country burn. We're on the cusp of another fucking civil war. They have censored what we can even fucking see right now. There are so many people in different countries that are protesting for freedom right now, who are protesting this fucking president while he's sitting out here lining his fucking pockets with his friends like we fucking told you he was going to do. I'm pissed. And the reason I'm pissed is because I thought more of fucking Kamala Harris is looking real good now, huh?
No, she's not.
Next.
Do me a favor and duet this if you think Donald Trump and J.D. Vance are treasonous embarrassments to this nation, and you stand with President Zelensky
Treasonous
and the
based
people
on
of
what
Ukraine.
facts?
So I want to talk about a couple things. I want to talk about the implications.
Now, Charles, Louis, try not to bust out laugh at this bullshit.
Of what just happened earlier today in the Oval Office with President Trump, J.D. Vance, and Vladimir Zelensky in Ukraine. And then I'm going to talk about why Donald Trump hates Zelensky in Ukraine. Who was watching that interaction between them today? Europe was watching. European leaders watched that. And they are going to rally behind Ukraine in a way that they never have up to this point, even though they've dollar for dollar, they've provided more aid to Ukraine than the United States has.
Bullshit. That's a load of bullshit, and you know it.
They will rally behind Ukraine. And I think after that interaction, I mean, following that shouting match where Donald Trump berated Zelensky on live TV, Donald Trump canceled a joint press conference between the two of them, said that Zelensky's not ready for peace. And Donald Trump defines peace as doing everything that Vladimir Putin and Donald Trump want Zelensky to do. They're a sovereign nation. They are our ally. And after this thing, Zelensky was supposed to sign a deal with the United States, giving the United States or pledging $500 billion worth of.
We gave him $350 billion to fight the war that they couldn't win. Sound like a fair deal to me.
Ukrainian resources and precious metals to the United States to pay back the United States when the United States hasn't even given $200 billion in aid. Zelensky should cancel that agreement. And Zelensky should tell Trump and J.D. Vance to fuck off. And Zelensky should leave and go to Europe and say, okay, guys, this is where we're at. And Trump has set up a circumstance where Zelensky can turn his back on the United States, because why not at this point? What's the upside? What is the upside for Zelensky and Ukraine to maintain any kind of relationship with Donald Trump in the United States? What's the upside? And if Zelensky and Europe team up even more than they already have, and Zelensky defeats Putin anyway, without the United States, then the only thing that Donald Trump has accomplished with his little dog and pony show today is making the United States irrelevant. We've gone from being a superpower to on the verge of irrelevancy because of Donald Trump. And we're not even 6 weeks in.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
Well, something to think about. But can we play with hypotheticals here?
Think about all of that. Why does Donald Trump hate Zelensky and Ukraine? Trump didn't even know that Ukraine was a country before 2016. And when it became clear that Russia was interfering in the 2016 election using Facebook and data from Facebook through Cambridge Analytica, they were interfering in the 2016 election.
All of which has been disproven. Oh boy.
On behalf of Donald Trump's campaign.
You see why I call this segment Salty Libs?
Yeah. Wait a minute. Are you talking about
Then
Russiagate
people
being
on the
disproven?
right came up
Yes.
with
Okay.
a
Because
conspiracy
Cambridge saying
theory
that's a
that
documentary about
actually
that.
it was Ukraine who was interfering in the 2016 election on behalf of Hillary Clinton. And during 2016, 2017, 2018, anytime people brought up Russian election interference, Trump would always say, actually, it was Ukraine that interfered in the election on behalf of Hillary Clinton. Then we get to 2018, when it's starting to look like a strong possibility that Joe Biden might be the Democratic nominee for president in 2020. In early 2018, we were providing military aid to Ukraine. This was before Russia had engaged in its second invasion. The first invasion took place in 2014 under Barack Obama, and in the eastern Ukraine and the Crimean Peninsula. We were providing military aid for them for that, and we owed them a big chunk of aid, and Trump was holding it up. And that's when there was a phone call between Trump and Zelenskyy, and Trump was like, yeah, I'll give you the stuff, but I'm going to need you to do me a favor first. He wanted Zelenskyy and his government to open up in an investigation into Joe Biden and his family for corruption and money laundering and all of that.
Okay, that's enough of that crap.
If they think they can give the middle finger to our generation and get away with it, they're sorely mistaken.
You got no guts.
If they think they can give
Yeah, these are the soy boys that the Democrat Party uses to talk to Gen Z. I don't think I need to say anything else. Does anything else need to be said? Yeah.
Are we done with all
If
this?
you're a Trump
this segment?
supporter and you
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, I'm just getting, this is getting on. This is just some shit gets overwhelming.
Mhm.
Sorry.
Let's go
It's
back
just,
to
you
some
know,
old-fashioned black female fuckery. Going to show Charles this video. I think he's already seen it, but I'm gonna show it again just for laughs.
Yeah.
We played this earlier.
If she don't care about that. He is not. He's invisible to her.
Shout out to that sister. She's going through the video, but this is what we played earlier.
Full video of woman losing her composure with a delivery driver after her refrigerator didn't fit in her home.
Without the doors
Now I call this simply the most educated crashing out.
on there, it still won't fit. Your refrigerator measure at about 20.
Measure this refrigerator, please, while you, Mr. Handy Dandy tape measurement. Larry, will you bring me the tape measure from the other room?
So
No, I'm not. No. You can get no. You can.
Look at that hand. Clearly a black
What is she
woman.
pointing at? What is she pointing at?
She's pointing at the maintenance guy that came from Lowe's.
You mean the delivery driver?
Dispatch.
Okay,
Dispatch.
wait a minute.
You
Larry,
really drive,
bring me
yeah.
my phone because I need Lowe's on the phone right now.
Right. Okay. All right. Look, I'm just trying to get you an understanding.
No, you don't.
of the-
Sweetie, I have a doctorate degree.
Here's the reason
Pause
we're
a
calling this
minute.
video.
Pause a minute. I need to give me the backstory on this one.
She ordered a refrigerator.
Mm-hmm.
They can't fit it in. They can't get the refrigerator in her kitchen, and she's about to crash out hard.
Oh,
she's flipping out
FYI, this woman has a PhD.
Allegedly, yeah.
Oh, so she didn't want to admit she got the wrong model and shit. Okay.
Yes, pretty much.
Okay.
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Oh,
Okay. So we're gonna go ahead and
no. Get away from my door. Sit down.
sit.
Now she's
Damn.
trying to kidnap you.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Can you get your wife, sir?
That's not my
Please.
husband.
Can you?
Yeah, we're dealing with that kind of chick. She don't like men, clearly.
No. 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 No.
She don't like strong men.
She is
You
crazy.
pull that girl, if you touch one
Actually, that's more accurate. Yeah.
goddamn thing and
She's having a misandrous moment, gentlemen.
And the dude behind the camera, he's what exactly?
Hey, that's what I be talking about, man.
Recording for their safety. That's who
No,
he
what
is.
is
His
he?
co-worker.
What is
He's
he?
his co-worker.
Co-
He's his co-worker.
Yeah, he's
Okay.
a delivery guy.
Hey, go ahead and load this thing back up, bro. We gone.
Yes, that is her sitting on his truck.
We gone.
Wait, what?
You see her sitting on his truck?
Mm-hmm.
That's the most educated getting ready to crash out hard.
First charge, attempted kidnapping. Second charge, hijacking, attempted hijacking.
It's over, bro. Back it up. Ma'am, can you please get out of our truck? Please get out of our truck. You see what I'm talking
And
about?
that's the attempted
They
hijacking
don't pay enough
case.
for this, dog.
Couldn't
She attacking him. She got his backpack on. She tripping, man. It's the black woman. She said she got a doctorate degree.
allegedly.
He's just trying to grab his bag. That's it.
Grab his what?
This shit.
Got his bag.
Oh. This is retarded.
And now she's turning into a black Karen, quite literally.
Now she's screaming for help. She on some weird shit. Listen, man.
All this over a refrigerator.
Bro, we gotta go, man.
I can't get up. She got me.
Everybody just get up. Why you bleeding out the mouth?
Because he hit me in my face, and I'm pressing charges against you.
Ash, bro.
Help me!
Ash, let go of the bag.
Shut up, Larry.
Stop.
Yeah, that clearly ain't her husband. And that couldn't be
probably
me.
is.
That couldn't be me. I would have bounced.
Whoa.
Okay.
Ashley.
Here's my question.
I don't know. This man was.
We were trying to deliver her refrigerator. Take my phone, bro.
Help me! Let me go.
I don't have you.
Hey.
He's only holding his backpack. Let his backpack go.
Why is she bleeding? Because he hit me in my face.
Whoa. You've been here, Larry.
Yes.
What's happening?
Tell her, Larry.
What's up?
If you don't smack that dude in his face.
Man,
okay,
so
you
let go.
I'm
let
right
go.
Yeah, she just asked for prosecuting violence.
I'm about to get it for
Ali
you.
went to measure the refrigerator. She got a 29-inch refrigerator.
We're not gonna let him
And she got
No, it's
29
assault.
inches in her in each doorway. Ali got all the measurements. He put it in the app or whatever.
We're not gonna let him have
So
okay? We're not
we
gonna
was
let him
trying to
have
leave.
Let me go.
Ali
I
was
got
trying
a
to
picture. He's
tell
not
me to help him measure it and hold the tape measure for him. She told me no. No, stand there. I'm like, what? So I walked around her, you know what I'm saying, and I helped. Make a long story short, she walking us in the house. She walked to the front door. She locked us in. We ran to the back, and then she ran to the truck. Hot in our truck. Was blocking us from getting inside the truck. She grabbed Ali bag, and she got Ali bag on. Now Ali trying to get his bag back. Her teeth, she's like trying to hold the bag. She biting the bag, and
Can I say something?
Yeah, go ahead, Demmer.
All right, now bear with me. I'm fighting back. I'm dealing with back spasms here, so I'm trying to talk. First of all, why didn't they call? Why did the delivery guys, first of all, call their supervisor and let them know what the situation was, saying, we got a situation with this delivery, apparently this, that, and the third. And they could have called whoever she purchased this from so they could clear this mess up so they wouldn't have gone into this situation. I mean, be the bigger people of this. I know Listen, I know she has no right to do
Well,
what
if
she
you
did.
listen,
I'm
Namer,
just
I
saying.
think that's what he's doing.
Okay.
If you listen closely, that's what he's doing. Because he's clearly talking to somebody on the phone.
All right.
Yeah, I mean, he's trying to take his bag. Now her mouth is bleeding. It's crazy. It's crazy. Now she's crying, acting like she's a victim. She got the neighbor pulling out, acting like we in the wrong. Ali was just trying to get his stuff back. I was telling him, bro. Don't even face it, bro. Like, wait till the police. He's trying to get his bag because it's his belongings. Just let the bag go. Just let go of the bag.
You know it's bad when even Karen's like, really?
It's on my arm. All right, take this arm out.
Okay, no.
See,
That's
no,
what
she attacking him.
No,
It's the customer. And this other guy that was with him. She said wasn't her husband, but he advocated for everything.
Ain't nobody getting punched.
No, it ain't her husband.
What's in this bag, Ashley?
It's somebody else.
Ashley, what's in the bag? What's in the bag, baby?
His personal business. That's your personal stuff.
Y'all need to go.
We gotta go.
I'm good. She crazy as hell. All I told her was that the refrigerator don't fit.
And the brother's a Hebrew Israelite.
And listen, no one's mad at you.
Oh.
How'd you
Anyway,
know
my
that?
question was, yeah. Well, how'd you know? How'd you know, Louis?
Because I saw the fringes with the blue banner.
Oh, okay.
Border.
Oh.
Punch her.
Okay.
I'm
We
cool.
recorded this hard now.
I'm cool
Thank
with a
you.
lot of Hebrew Israelites.
I'm sorry.
We're new neighbors.
All right,
What
right,
the hell
right.
just happened?
Plenty on Jersey.
Yeah, what are your
Plenty
thoughts?
of
What are
Jersey,
your
right?
thoughts on this madness, Lewis?
I would have ground and pounder.
Oh my gosh.
Hey, you do what you got to do. My question was, why didn't they call before all this escalated? Did they try to call the supervisor and let her know what was going on?
Okay, when they first tried to call Namer, she said, no, you're not calling anyone. She went on a tangent, sir. Stop looking for reasons to absolve this chick. She's crazy and deranged. I'm just
I'm
saying.
not trying to absolve. I'm just asking the questions here, sir. You know me better than that.
But what I was trying to tell you is he's clearly talking to somebody. It's probably his supervisor.
Yeah, I mean, before the got escalated, did they
The,
try
fir-
to attempt
the
to call?
first thing I've been in these situations, first thing we do is call somebody because we don't want to deal with them. The first thing we'll say is, ma'am, would you like to speak to someone above me? We give them that option. That's their way out. Whether they
Thank you,
choose to
AL.
take it or not, that's on them.
Thank you for clearing. Thank you, Al. Thank you for clarifying. That's all I needed to know.
Now, to Lewis's point, she lucky that with a white boy, because I know that white boy would have just snatched her out of that truck and body slammed her.
God forbid he had a MAGA hat on and did it.
I don't know, man. Some of these white boys are unhinged too.
Oh, when push comes to shove, they'll get fuck it. They'll hurt you. They're like, hey, it's either you or me. I'm not gonna be going to jail with some bullshit.
But she's allegedly the most educated.
She didn't have an education, as Eddie Griffin would say.
But she's supposed to represent the most educated. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
But
go ahead.
Y'all got plenty of content today. Like, share, subscribe. Hit my Cash App. Support the show. Hit the Super Chat. Support the show. But I'll have y'all not been entertained.
This has been interesting. Yeah.
Yeah,
I noticed you guys were also Brock.
We streamed part of Nameless's stream.
Oh yeah, I was about to ask about that because I noticed it earlier because I was watching you guys while I was on his stream. Yeah, a lot of fun. Oh God. I just want to say something to No More 4C hair. I just want to say I'm glad mine was 3C. That's all I'm gonna say about my hair.
Oh, speaking of hair, hey Lewis, did you hear about the synthetic hair?
What about
it?
you know how them chicks be getting synthetic braids and stuff.
Yeah.
It turns out that shit is linked with cancer.
Just like perms when because a lot of perms
Yeah, a lot of
it
perms.
leads
Yeah,
it leads to lupus,
yeah.
vitiligo, thyroids, all
Yeah.
that stuff.
Wait a minute. Hair extensions.
What did I say
cause,
earlier, AB? What did I say earlier? He just
You did say that.
confirmed it.
Yep, you did
He
say
just
that.
confirmed it. All of it.
Excuse me, but does that include also like hair extensions?
Yeah.
No, I was talking about the perm, like when back in the day when a lot of women would get their daughters perms when they're young.
The
That's
hair
why they
relaxer
got
stuff.
yeah. That's why they got alopecia. That's why they come out with thyroid conditions, vitiligo, lupus.
Just for the record, I've never relaxed or permed my hair, despite having vitiligo.
Me neither. I just had a haircut. What up, Grinch? Why didn't Grinch got a ring?
Oh,
I need to change
well, if it ain't the guy who accidentally shot me in the ass on purpose.
Oh, what?
No, I'm still. I forgive him, you could say, but not really.
Look, it's like
He's
this.
sorry, but not sorry for what happened.
Look. If you want your daughters to have good hair, just spend the night with me.
Oh well.
Oh, wait. Lewis, I just realized who your animal spirit is.
And what is that?
Richard Pryor in the Goodnight Kiss joke from Was It Something I Said?
Hey, Grinch, type something in the chat again.
Do you know the joke I'm talking about, Louis?
No.
The Goodnight Kiss? Okay. He had this joke about, like, how white guys have that goodnight kiss before date, but after a date, but a brother would be like, "Hey, bitch, what the fuck is all this?" And then the father comes out saying, "Hey, boy, what's all this? What's all this? Yelling you got going on? I'm gonna tell you what's wrong, motherfucker. The bitch
All right,
35,000. Good night. That's what's wrong." If you remember that joke.
No.
Oh, you gotta go back, check out the album. Or go to YouTube, Richard Pryor, The Goodnight Kiss.
Yeah, we also covered. Let me get the picture up here. We also covered. We were also drinking Joy Reid's Tears today. Listen.
AAB, was it at room temperature or ice cold?
Actually, I put it in the refrigerator for a while. It was nice and cold.
Did you have a slice of lemon and a cucumber in it for flavor?
Just a slice of lemon.
All right.
Okay. Well, Louis, how would you take yours? On the rocks with juice, or maybe you mix it with certain kind of cocktail?
I will have it at room temperature, and I'll chase it with some Johnny Walker Black.
Oh, Johnny Walker. Oh, you'd be loved among my people. It's either black or red label with them. That Johnny Walker. Man.
But yeah, we drank some red tears today. So yeah.
Yeah. That reminds me of that old that T-shirt that said "I bathe in MRA tears." No, I bathe in men's tears. You remember that meme?
No.
There was that meme back in during the MGTOW days, like Manosphere 101 or 2.0, I think it was. And there was this picture of a woman. She said, "I bathe in men's tears." It was like a dig at the MRAs and such.
Okay.
Well, this is just more like the reply. They had no scrubs. We got no pigeons.
Yeah. Well, fellas, I'm about to shut it down. I'm getting ready to go to bed.
All right. Well, AB, just to give you nightmares.
Hey,
Bernard,
Officer Charles.
All right.
This is Officer Charles. Well, anybody doing the after stream tonight before AB shuts it down?
I guess not. Well,
Do you
I'm
want?
not gonna lie. That's
Do you want it after stream?
It's up to y'all.
I was just at.
yeah.
He's just asking.
Yeah, that'll be cool. I'm not gonna lie. I slept through like the first 2 hours of this.
Okay. Well, anyway, I like to thank everybody that came.
Hold on before you shut it down.
Come on, man. I'm trying to go to bed.
If you're doing an after stream, could you drop your link so people could transfer over before you shuts it down?
No, next time, guys. I'm night. I would normally do my streams, but I'll follow for anybody not doing.
Yeah, and Charles is not answering, so
yeah,
he's
I gotta
tired.
call. Next time. Don't share this information with your IT. Next time.
yeah, I'd like to thank everybody that came through. This is AB Media 83, and I'm going to bed. Peace.
Yo, this is AB Media 83. Want to support the channel? Hit the Cash App. Also, be sure to like, share, and subscribe to the video. Also, be sure to hit that bell notification so you can be notified next time I upload a live stream or video. And always remember, keep it grinding, keep it pushing, keep it moving. This is AB Media 83, and I'm out. Peace.
Universal news. So, scenario: you're married.